Hi there, and welcome to Citizen Airwire, the platform where we speak truth to power. I'm just going to do a few checks on this to make sure that you can hear me, you can see me, and this works. Please share, share, share. We're going to talk about the apartheid picture that you see on the screen. It's very important to understand. Apartheid is alive and kicking. Financial apartheid, to be precise, is alive and kicking. So you will see it come up. You will see it come up. You will see it come up in the broadcast. I'll read everything to you on there, so you will see it. But let me just check before I go ahead. And it means that it's all over Africa. This is not just in South Africa alone. They, you know, they are really they've come in. South Africa is the base, and the rest of Africa is being controlled via our currencies, and we need to really understand that. We have to really understand that. Let me just check. I want to make sure. Can you hear me? So I want to make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. 1 second. Just want to make sure you can hear me. Okay, 1 second. Something is not right here. So I want to make sure you got the audio input right. So, okay, can you hear me? Desktop. I just want to make sure mic off. Why is it not coming out loud? 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing, testing. 1 2. Why is it so far away? Testing. 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I think yeah, you can. I see you can hear me. I see it's moving, but there's something not quite right. How about now? How about now? Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Can somebody text me? Can you text me on there to let me know you can hear me? Text me. Text yes if you can hear me. If you're watching, before I go ahead. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Can somebody text me? Can you text me on there to let me know you can hear me? Hi there. We're gonna talk soon. Please text yes if you can hear me. I want to test it. Please share. Apartheid is alive and kicking in Africa, and we need to talk about that. And this is part of why we have to begin to participate in our governance. Welcome. You are listening to Season AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. I just wanted to just check this. Okay. You are listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Um, so we're just trying to check it. So 1 minute. Okay, let me just make sure we got that right. Can you hear me? So I don't want to proceed without making sure I get the balance, the vocals right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can somebody text me? Somebody text yes on the screen so I know. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Yeah. Welcome on board. Very important. Apartheid is alive and kicking in Africa, and we're going to talk about it. Thank you, those of you joining us. You are listening to Season AY, the platform where we speak to the power. As you join, please help us grow the platform. Share. Um, Let us please subscribe to Season AY on YouTube. Subscribe to Season AY on YouTube. Hit the notification button. Give us thumbs up. Help us reach more people. It's very, very important that we do this, and we appreciate you joining us. So, please subscribe, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up, and help us reach more people. And share as you're joining. Share to your friends and family. There's a lot we need to say on this topic. We'll be on here for about an hour or so, but please share, share, share. And we appreciate your support. We greatly appreciate your support. So, okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna. This is gonna be like a balance check now. Okay, so we're gonna be doing a mixture of things. Yeah. So I see you can hear me now at least. Before I go too far ahead, I want to check something else as well. So let me just write on the screen. Please go ahead and share with us as you're watching. Um, okay, just 1 second. Want to make sure we got this right. Okay. Um, you're listening to Susan AY. Yeah, thank you. Tap the screen and share and let us grow the platform. We really appreciate your support. We have over 3,600 people watching us. Yes. Okay, Tony Africa. Fantastic. Good. Vine Maxwell. Yes. I wish you have provision for us to come to studio. Watch the beautiful city of Upper East. God bless you. Yes, I'd love you to join me. Vine Maxwell. Yes, I'd love you to. Linda, hello. Yes, yes. I'm okay. I'm gonna be Linda. I'm gonna be on TikTok right in a few minutes. I'm gonna be on TikTok in a few minutes. It's gonna be a double I'll be doing a simultaneous broadcast. But I wanted to just check the system was running up and running in on YouTube because we need both platforms up and running. So thank you very much. I greet you all. Greetings to you all. So let's do that now. And as I'm doing that, you're gonna see me coming up with the, you'll be seeing the comments come up. Let me just go back in there. Sorry about that. Okay. So I just basically wanted to say hello to you all. Thank you very much, Linda. You'll join me in a few minutes on there as well. Let's see. So um, greetings all. Please like and share. Okay. So do again. Greetings all. Please like and share. Please subscribe, like, and share. So we really appreciate your support. This topic is very important because all too often many of us are not aware of what's going on. Please subscribe, like, and share. Like and share. I'm really glad that we have a lot of people with us. My brother Vine Maxwell, thank you. He says, "Good afternoon, Season AY. How I wish you have provisions for us to come into studio, watch from the beautiful city of Bolgatanga, Upper East region. God bless you, and may the Most High, our ancestors also, replenish us all and empower us to free ourselves from the bondage." Okay, so let's yeah, like and share. Thank you. So yeah, just give me a minute. Thanks all. Now I'm gonna do something. I want to check. I'm gonna switch the sound around because I need to start with a new song that we have. The How Long Unago the Suffer. So now please continue to share and like. Let us reach more people. Greetings to you, Tony Africa. Thank you so much, Vine Maxwell, Linda, and others who are watching. Please give us a thumbs up as you're watching and help us grow the platform. We really are grateful for your support. Greetings to you all on TikTok. You are listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. We are going live right now. It's about 3 o'clock, 3 minutes past 3 in the UK. And greetings to you all. Wish you all a pleasant day ahead, and I really wish our ancestors continue to really replenish you and empower you. In this struggle, we need each and every one of us to be empowered and to be able to go ahead and really achieve the things we need to do collectively. Our focus, of course, is to free Africa from bondage. As we all know, Africa is in bondage, and we are working very hard to free Africa from bondage. So we do need your support. And good afternoon and welcome. Today's topic, it is this. It says, financial apartheid is alive and kicking in Africa. And that is indeed the case. Those of you watching us on TikTok, please do share as you're watching. As you're joining in, please share. We really do need that support from you all. And it's very important that we continue to speak truth to power and empower our people. We do need your support. Thank you very much. You're listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. On this platform, our sole aim is to empower all 54 African countries by way of people knowing their constitution in their local languages, to empower the people to begin to hold their governance to account. We do not want to just talk alone. We want to take positive action. We want to have impact on the ground. So to that end, we do need your support, your donations, your gifts, your thumbs up, your likes, your super chats. All of that is very, very important. Odudu Biafra Nations. Yes. Yes, Ashe. Akwaba Onya Menihira Wopa. Welcome, and yeah, Ashe, and may the may our ancestors replenish us all. Very, very important. So yeah, thank you very much to you all. Just give me a few more minutes. I'm going to just send it to a few more. Then we will begin the broadcast proper. But it's really important that we begin to really awaken as many of us as possible, because many of us are not aware that Africa is not free. And that is what we are trying to achieve. We are trying to free Africa. And by freeing Africa, guess what? We actually free ourselves collectively. It's very, very important. For too long, we've allowed those who have been oppressing us to actually dictate what happens on our continent. So good afternoon, welcome, 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 welcome. You are listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Those of you on TikTok, you're welcome. Please, yeah, continue to give us, please tap, share the like, share the live, we welcome gifts and subscribe, and those of you who are able to, we have my PayPal account is above there. We need your support, because we need to be printing out materials in all of our languages across the continent, in 54 countries, in local languages, so that the people can begin to know the powers they possess and how they can actually hold their governors to account. And for too long, we've been put in the dark by those who, the puppets, who are in power, who have been selected. There is no election. Let's be very clear. In all the puppet nations, and I exclude 3 countries. I exclude Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, Assimi Goïta of Mali, and General Chani of Niger. I exclude them from the puppet nations. All the other nations, they are puppets that are selected. You do not, as citizens, because we don't know our rights and not able to use those rights in our local languages, we have been removed from the process of electing our own president. What has been happening across Africa is that our so-called puppet leaders are being selected by the colonials because they know they can use them to do the exploitation, oppression, and suppression of Africans on the African continent. So before we go too far ahead, let's listen to the main topic, the song, as I always do. But I wanted to just give you a heads up, really. So this is our song. You can download it on iTunes and Spotify. It's called How Long. Goes like this. Citizen AY. My people,
Self-determination. How long? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? Abdul Salam na fake man. Now he put that yeah constitution for your head, yo. Abdul Salam na fake man. Now military man can't tell you na say una get constitution. No be lie, na lie, yo, na fake, na fraud, oh. That yeah constitution. Now him then declare close to na eye, yo. Make una wake up, make una wake up, oh. Sharp, sharp. How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? My people, I want make una know say oh, self-determination oh, na your right oh. Confirm. My people, I want make una know say oh, self-determination na your right yo. Confirm. You must fight for your right. You must stand for your right. You must get up, stand up. You must tell your people, for your village, for your town, for your city, any inside country where you dey oh. Atiku, Emilokan, or Peter Obi no be the solution. Na the solution, na it be the solution. Make una wake up, make una wake up, time down knock, bagang bagang. Be Yoruba man, you be Biafran. I want make una know say self-determination na your right you. How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? Yoruba land na your land yo. Middle belt na your land yo. Hausa land na your land yo. Biafra land na your land yo. No be Nigeria. No be Nigeria. No be Nigeria. No be Nigeria. La 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 oh.
Thank you all and welcome to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Yes, so thank you so much for listening to that song. You can of course download that song on iTunes and on Spotify. And then you do that, what you're doing is you're actually helping myself to be able to actually do the work we're trying to do. All the time, I'm always doing a lot of research all around Africa and how we can empower ourselves collectively as Africans on the African continent. Please do not make the mistake. When you have the Western powers, they are very good at divide and rule. So they are taking money. We are being fleeced from our wealth collectively. But what they do is to make us all accept it. They give a few of us some money that makes us think that we are very rich individually. But collectively, we are very poor. And that is the problem we need to break. We can all be billionaires literally on the African continent. I kid you not. The amount of resources that we have in all the various nations, I kid you not, we should all literally be billionaires. But what they're doing, the divide and rule that the West operates, keeps us fighting each other. So that's why they put several systems in place. The foundation of all of the systems that you see across in Africa and across the world is the white supremacy. And on that system, they now have these structures, what you call democracies, what you call elections. These are fraudulent systems. They are actually designed to keep you divided and impoverished in your land. And on top of that, they are making us really not see ourselves in the glory that we truly possess as Africans on this continent. It is time we woke up, and indeed around the world. So, good afternoon to you all. Welcome on board. You are listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Let me see. I'm going to try and bring some people on. Linda, I don't see you yet. Let me try and add you, and I'll add uh, uh, um, um, Vanna. So there are one or two things that's really going, and I want to touch on price of things in Africa. This is why we need to speak up. The systems is actually keep forcing us to actually be impoverished on the African continent, and we mustn't accept it. We must no longer accept that, and we are here to awaken us all to the lies that has been told and how they're using the systems that they create to oppress us, to impose poverty on Africa. That is how bad this is. And I really want us all to begin to understand that. And we need to begin to change how we do things. So, welcome on board. You are listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Wherever you are watching me, it's a pleasure to have you join us. Today, now, the topic. Yeah, mixed government systems. Absolutely. Let me bring you on board. Linda, I'm trying to add you. I don't see you. I hope you can join me. I've thrown you an invite, Linda, and others can join me as well. If you are able to join me, good. I'm trying to get Linda and Vanna May to join me, and also Yaz. They are part of the group. The work we're doing is very important. We need your support. Please gift us, donate to us, and also, of course, you can. You can see the PayPal is on the screen. As you're watching, you can go on the PayPal and donate to us. We really appreciate and need that support from you all. Let me just see if I can bring Yaz on as well and others as well, because we need that support to really continue the work that we're doing in terms of waking our people up and empowering ourselves to free ourselves collectively from bondage, because we are in bondage on the African continent. We are in bondage. Now, let's proceed. Now, you see behind me, you can see there's the South African flag. Now, when they came in the 1994, thereabout, they said, oh, it's a rainbow nation. Oh, we are all one, and all of that. And they used, I'm afraid to say this, we're calling on Mandela to join us. Mandela, I am calling on our great man, Mandela, to join us. You are a fighter. You fought and fought and fought, and they put you in jail for over 30-something years in Robben Island. And they did that to break your spirit. You never broke your spirit. You fought and fought. But what they did is they gave you conditions on which they were going to free you. Part of the condition was that South Africa and Africans had to renounce the demand back for everything, the land issue. And unfortunately, I can't, in the situation that Mandela was, he took the deal they put in front of him. But now we are calling on our ancestors. We are calling on Nelson Mandela and Winnie Mandela. We are calling on all our African ancestors. Now is not the time to sleep. Now is time to wake. We need you to walk among us in spirit and in physical body, and actually walk with us to free ourselves from bondage on the African continent. Good afternoon and welcome. Let me bring on. I'm still trying to find a few people, but I'm not seeing people come on. I don't know what's going on. Can you all see me on TikTok? Please subscribe and follow us. See and share the broadcast and let us grow the platform. Let me just add somebody else again. I'm going to try and keep sending invite. And when you get the invite, just say yes to it and join me. It's very important that we have people on the panel to join. So I'm going to throw out some invites to few people. If you want to say a few things, just come on board. Lee Holmes, Bobby D, I'm not too sure, Benji. I'll throw out some invites to people and you can join us. Now, I need to listen. I want you to hear this now. We're talking about South Africa, but please, I need you to know that there is apartheid going on across the whole of Africa, and I'll explain how it works. And thank you for those of you who are on YouTube as well. Please continue to share the like, hit notification button, give us thumbs up, and let us reach more people. And we welcome super chats on YouTube as well. So now, here's the thing in South Africa. As I speak to you, 7 million Europeans. They say they are South Africans, but they are white Europeans. This is all a game. I'm sorry to say it. You may find this difficult if you are an European South African. You will find this difficult, but we have to say the truth. And when I'm talking about this, please, I am talking about a system. It's a system from which, knowingly or unknowingly, you benefit from. And it is important that we Africans begin to highlight this, to expose this, so that our people do not accept injustice. Like I said yesterday, if you are a South African European and you you say you are South African, you are actually denying Africans their right to their resources in their land. You have ancestry in Europe. You have ancestry in Europe. And your ancestors took over the land of Africans on the African continent. And they now give you right on that land. Every time you claim on that, you are denying Africans, the black Africans, their right to their land, their right to their resources. That is the reality of it. So when I say this, I am stating facts. I'm not here abusing. We need to highlight the injustice. This is an injustice. You have, in effect, as a South African, you have two routes. So now the one that your your ancestors through Cecil Rhodes took over the Land Reform Act of 1892 or 1897, taking over the land from Africans and now giving it to your own ancestors, and you now say you are South African and you say you're making wealth. But the people from which the land has been taken has not been returned. 73% of that land still belongs in the hands of 73% of the land is in the hands of 7% of the population who are not Africans. That cannot be right. We will continue to call this out. It is totally unacceptable, and we are justified to talk about this in this sense. Please, if you notice, I am talking about this dispassionately. I'm not talking about it from the point of calling names. We are saying, we are highlighting the failure, the glaring injustice of this system. It cannot be allowed to sustain. So we're calling on William Mandela. We're calling on Nelson Mandela. We're calling on all of the heroes past that were killed. Honor lives. F1. Sorry, type F1. Those of you who are on TikTok, go ahead and help me type F1. Please, keywords to use. You see, sometimes it's not easy. When we go into those things that are really painful and we're trying to explain it, sometimes we'll use those words and we don't want to. Splain, good afternoon, welcome. Let me bring Splain on board. Are you able to join me? Yeah, I'll bring Splain on board and you can talk to us as well. And it's important. Welcome on board. So what we are saying is this. It cannot be right that a system, welcome on board, Splain. What would you like? Welcome, it's been a minute. I did see you yesterday, but it's been very busy. I wasn't able to bring you on board. But when I did try to get in touch, you had left, I think. So, yeah, welcome. Let's hear from you. Glenn, explain.
Good morning, actually. I can't stay long. We're about to start work on a project here at the house.
That's good.
No, I just wanted to hop on and touch base. It's
good.
been a minute or two since since I've been able to sit and listen.
Yes.
But yeah, again, big things happening, eh?
Yes.
And I'm excited to see the changes, and it needs to happen.
Yes,
it really does.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yes. So today we are talking about when the perception, and people don't understand it. When I talk about any European claiming to be African, it's actually barefaced racism, and they may not know it. But I'm explaining to them that when you do that, you are actually bearing in mind that in 1897, Cecil Rhodes took land over, and also in Zimbabwe, they took the land over forcibly from Africans. 97% of at that time they took over 97% of the land, I think, or thereabouts. 93%, and they left 7% of the land for the overwhelming majority of the population. And those land that was kept are still in the hands of 7% of the population who are not indigenous to Africa, now claiming to be Africans. I'm saying that is racism, and that has to be addressed. It cannot be right for those who took those lands to continue to benefit, and the people who who own the land are impoverished in their own land. That is injustice, and that is not fair. You know, so yeah, go ahead.
And if I think another key point is too is how did the land fall into those hands? Who sold them that land? Like how did they get it? Was it
Good question.
backdoor government deals? Like how did those people get that land?
Good point. The what they did. Do you know somebody called Cecil Rhodes? Are you aware of them? That person. Now, okay, Cecil Rhodes came from England, and he was made he became the prime minister type of person in in what is South Africa that at the time. He They made him the provincial head of that area, and then he started setting up systems whereby the land, those who own the land, the Africans, were taking off their land. If you couldn't vote if you didn't have certain documents, and you couldn't own properties if you weren't able to, if you weren't part of a certain group, Europeans. You know, they were doing this covertly. This was all done. Let me just quickly give you a quick rundown on that. So, because it's good to share this. If you look out for the name Cecil Rhodes, he is a man that is revered. I mean, there's a picture of him, you know, and in fact, he's buried in Africa, which is interesting. This is a man that believes that Africans do not have the right to own their own land; that the land belongs to his own ancestors. So you can begin to see the kind of thinking of the man that is so that has actually that brought about all what was happening here. So what they basically did was they took all those land from Africans, and then they gave it many parts to Europeans, and as a result, that is still happening till today. And what that has meant is that this is a government-sanctioned oppression written into law and perfected right now by the systems that continues to allow that to keep going on. Let me just quickly, let me just I want to get his name, and I'll tell you some very, very interesting details about him as you are here for a few minutes. I know you're busy, so I just wanted to just touch on that. And it's an opportunity for others to actually learn one or two things about the things he did. So now, he established that there's something called the Land Reform Act that he put into South Africa. And that Land Reform Act was basically taking away the right of the people, Africans, black Africans, to own their land. He took that away from them, and he gave it to Europeans. In fact, I'll even go to say, there was on the King of England's spectre and on the crown, there is a gold they found on one particular place. Those are areas that they took away from Africans and gave to an European person. And then when they found those golds, they presented to the Queen of England. So all of this is all, I mean, these are all historic stuff I'm telling you, because I do extensive research. I don't just come and talk. I actually do a lot of research to back up what I'm saying, because I don't believe in just sort of, just talking without having facts. So these are really fundamental things. The wealth of European and white South Africans is predicated on that 1897 Land Reform Act that Cecil Rhodes put in on Africans. And the more we talk about it, we need to talk about that, because the injustice is still going on. It's going from one generation to the next, one generation to, and so on until today. And as we speak, 73% of the land is still in the hands of Europeans who call themselves Africans, whereas barely 20-something% of it is in the hands of Africans. And it's many parts of it is still the rich areas, the areas where there are Oppenheimers and all of that. These are things that are happening, and this is injustice. And this injustice is now tried to be perfect. They try to perfect it under the system they call democracy. There is nothing democratic about taking somebody's land and giving it to them. And I call for, and I say to us as Africans, the man, Cecil Rhodes, that is buried in one of the national parks, I think is in, I'm not quite sure which area. He's buried there. Why should this man be allowed to rest in a place where he oppressed the people or oppressed the land? It's a symbolism, if you ask me. A symbolism of their dominance in allowing that body to rest where it is resting on the African continent. That body should not rest there because the damage that he did to people is unconscionable, unimaginable. I'm saying it because it is just wrong. You cannot say, you just cannot support that. It is not something you can support at all. So let me give you a bit more detail about this Land Reform Act, South Africa. So I just want to just make sure you have that information. I do have it in many places. I read it, but it's worth really going into for a few minutes. And I know you're busy, but I think it's good to really, yeah, okay. So we got something now. I want to make sure this is actually, oh, they are being clever now, are they? Oh, they've made some changes to this. Thankfully, I have it somewhere, but it doesn't matter that they've made some changes. But I just want us to know that there is a Land Reform Act of the 1896 or 1897, South Africa, and that is what has been used to be the foundation for any wealth that you see of any South African European. And I'm saying categorically that any European that claims to be African, they are in effect claiming to be to have ancestors in two areas, in Africa and in Europe. And that cannot be possible. Whereas Africans who own the land, they are not even allowed to claim the land by their ancestors anywhere. This is injustice. And you will never see any African in Europe taking any land, creating colonizing a land in Europe and then taking that over, and only Africans are in there. As I speak to you, on the African continent, in South Africa, there are towns, or Gonzo, I can't remember the name. There are places in South Africa that people cannot, Africans are not allowed to go into. And the places that and even when they go there, they are only there as servants, as people who are going to clean and all of that on their own land. This is injustice, you know. Yeah. So these are, you know, yeah. I will send it to you. I'll send it to you, explain. I'll send that to you. I'll send you the link for it, so you will be able to read it yourself. So, but anyway, I'm not going to deviate too much. So for
Can I interrupt? Are you serious? They can't go into places.
yes, yes,
Wow.
yes. These are things that we are facing on the African continent. So we need we need this, we need.
Justify that. How,
Well,
like,
this,
what are they saying it is? Like,
well, they
how
say,
go there? Like,
they
how do
say,
do that?
well, they say because they've made an agreement with one of the locals who they paid off. Oh, that's okay. You know, we've made the deal. He's accepted it, and now you have to all live with it. And that is this is sickening. As I speak to you, they're trying to take more territories and say it is their land. And this is the definition of injustice and exploitation writ large.
And that's why what's happening now needs to happen now.
Yes.
The movement's there. Don't stop.
Yes.
Keep plowing through, man.
Yes.
And I tell you what, like, I honestly believe, and just some white chick on the other side of the world here talking, but I honestly believe you guys go ahead and do that, and that's just going to lead the world to a smoother path. Really. That's what I think.
Ashe. Thank you. So that's the work we're trying to do. And even now, to show you how bad this is explained and others listening, I'm going to read something to you now. As I speak to you, and I'll play the voice of a man who's done research about it. As I speak to you, 7 million Europeans claiming to be Africans, they control 93% of the South African economy. Meaning South African Europeans have 56,000 income per capita every year. 7 million of them have 56,000 income per capita every year, while black Africans with 54 million population in South Africa control just 7% of the South African economy, with the income per capita of just 550 per African per year. Can you see what is going on now? Can you all see what is being done here? This is sheer exploitation. And this is why we have to call this out. This is why programs like this, please do share. If you are watching me on YouTube, please do share. We need to educate ourselves about what has been done and what is going on. Please type, tap, share. We welcome your contributions and we welcome your donations. And we need to expose the kind of injustice going on. And we need people to share this information out. How is it that per capita, you say that you are South African, you have the right to be in Africa, but your income per capita per person is $56,000. Whereas the African who owns the land, was stripped from their land, the per capita per year for 54 million of them is only $550 per year. This is,
a question.
yes, go ahead.
I understand that South Africa, I don't know whether it was done on purpose or not, but when you spoke about it and you called them South African Europeans, you mean the European people
Yes,
went to, wait. The
yes.
European people that
Mm-hmm.
went to South Africa
Mm-hmm.
and somehow claimed it, bought it,
Yes.
took it over,
Mm-hmm. By
but
force.
they're still Europeans
Yes.
that have made Africa, they stole it.
That's correct.
Okay. So the people in that region,
Mm-hmm.
those people, I've been hearing them talk
Yes.
on social media.
Yes.
Those people
Mm-hmm.
have decided
Mm-hmm.
that they like the Europeans and they don't really want other black people in there. So whatever punishment they get,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like they take all the land and kick them out, kick the blacks out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They might be bringing that on themselves.
Um, partly yes, but majority are saying no. That's the thing. There's a lot of people that are reject. I've get people who will contact me and say, please, I'm so glad you're talking about what you're doing because we need our people know this. So that's why we can't be silent. I mean, if it was just that this was going to impact those who are saying that, it'd be fine. But the problem is if we just go quiet and let that go, it's not only going to affect them, but affect those who are against it, and then by influence the whole of Africa. So we really cannot be, we cannot leave it away.
I also want to mention the pageant that went on recently,
Yeah.
where they had the beautiful black woman that won it,
Yes.
but they didn't really want her to represent them.
Exactly.
Instead, they chose a white woman.
There you go. You see,
Okay.
this.
So the Africans, the Africans, the native of
Yeah.
South Africa,
Yeah. Yeah.
are going along with being Europeanized in their.
Yes, they are. They are in effect Europeanized. Yes, you're right.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm sorry, host, but you know, if a few guests come to my house
Mm-hmm.
and try to throw me out of my house,
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna have to duel it out till somebody
That's
unalive.
Yep. Yep.
You
Yep.
can't take my house from me like that. I'm not gonna let you do that.
That's correct.
But for me to let the guests come to my house, take it over, tell me to go somewhere and sit down
Mm-hmm.
while they in my kitchen cooking and doing whatever they want to in my house.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can't do it. So if I have to call in, you know, if I was a country,
Yeah.
call in the leaders,
Mm-hmm.
call in my next door neighbors,
Yep.
call in my
This is-
distant relatives on the other side of the continent.
Mm-hmm.
I got to call in the press.
Exactly.
I got to call everybody.
Exactly.
And I welcome these people to come in and assist me.
Exactly.
But if I start saying I don't want nobody here, I'm gonna do this by myself, and they overpower you and take it over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what you want me to do? I tried to help you, wouldn't let me in.
Yeah, I hear you, but it's important to understand that those who they bought people up, and the ones who are speaking are the bought ones, the ones who have been bought. But we cannot allow those who've been bought to now compromise and enslave forever those who don't want anything to do with that. So their voices have to be heard. And don't forget what I've now understood very clearly. You see, when you hear the press talking about, oh, there's the Europe and South Africans they support this being having an European as a South African representative, it means that they've actually bought. That's the bought press, the mainstream media that's putting that information out there. That is why, again, platforms like ours is very important so that we can hear the real news from Africans. Many South Africans are against it. Sorry? Yes, Malema. Yes,
It's Malema.
yes.
They didn't vote for Malema.
Well,
They didn't want Malema's help.
I mean, the
They
thing
didn't
is,
want Malema.
the problem that we have, and Miss Linda, I'll say this: that election is not a true election, and we have to be very, very.
All right.
It is not.
I can believe that.
There you
I
go.
can believe that.
That's it. So once we understand the levers, because they are pulling levers that we don't see, unseen hands are pulling levers. So when they saw that, oh, Malema is getting very strong, what did they do? Started doing this stuff whereby they're doing electronic stuff, and when it's electronic, you can manipulate anything. You can put anything and say that's what it is. And of course, because you're in control of it, who's to say no to it? This is why we need control on our land. And the figures I just quoted now, Gwen, I'll let you chip in. And Splain, thank you for joining us. Splain, please share it to many people around. All our European followers who are following us. This is not about hate. Please, I'm happy to, I want you to understand, this is not about hate. What those who are claiming land on the South African, Africa are doing as an European, they have ancestry in Europe. That means they effectively have two areas they can claim. That's an injustice. They claim in Europe, coming from Netherlands, coming from Switzerland, coming from all over, even in England. And then yet those who have direct access to the land, they lay claim to any land. This is injustice, and we have to speak up against it. I've just given you figures: $56,000 every year per capita for 7 million Europeans who call themselves South Africans. And for the black Africans, 54 million. They get per capita of just $550 per year. This is an injustice. Let me go further. I want to play you a voice. Those of you watching, I want to play you a voice so you can hear what is being said. I'm going to quickly switch again. Those of you who are listening to us there, I'll switch again onto YouTube. So it's going to be a bit loud, but just hear me out a little bit. So now, let us play you this voice by one of the activists. I think his name is, I'll get his name in a minute. But let's listen to what he's got to say about this. Listen to this.
South Africa is the richest country in Africa for whites, who, when you look at 7 million whites controlling 93% of the South African economy, their income per capita is over $56,000 every year. That's American level, US level. But the black South Africans, who constitute 54 million people in South Africa, have to share 7% of the economy. And when you look at that income per capita per person, it's $550 a year. That means black South Africans have a lower income per capita than any other African country. So they're the poorest Africans, so to speak. That's destabilized already.
You've said
That's
this
why
before, and I remember it was one of the things we had to discuss, that you've said, and this is important for me as a black South African. Black South Africans pride themselves almost on having the best whites on the continent. We had whites that built Eskom and Sasol, and that's why we're better than you, and we beat our chests.
1 second.
But
Yeah, sorry, you said?
I said, could you send the recording to me?
I will do.
I stepped away for a moment. When I came back, I heard
Yeah. I'll
American something.
let me play it back for you. I'll play it back for everybody. One more time. Then I'll send it to you as well.
South Africa is the richest country in Africa for whites, who, when you look at 7 million whites controlling 93% of the South African economy, their income per capita is over $56,000 every year. That's American level, US level. But the black South Africans, who constitute 54 million people in South Africa, have to share 7% of the economy. And when you look at that income per capita per person, it's $550 a year. That means black South Africans have a lower income per capita than any other African country. So they're the poorest Africans, so to speak. That's destabilized already.
you've said
That's
this
why
before, and I remember it was one of the things we had to discuss, that you've said, and this is important for me as a black South African. black South Africans pride themselves almost on having the best whites on the continent. We had whites that built Eskom and Sasol, and that's why we're better than you and we beat our chests. But your argument is, sure, you guys live in Sandton, or we say you live in Sandton, but you actually in Alex. And now let's compare Alex to what you claim are poorer blacks in Nigeria, the Congo, Sudan, and they actually live better than you. Black people are not doing that like for like comparison.
Yeah.
We're boasting about, oh, look at Wits University. You never built Wits. And its greatness comes from the white Jewish business people. Boast about, they didn't even build Forte, but boast about an institution you've built. And you're basically saying black people in South Africa who are 80% only own 7% of the economy. Exactly. And when you split it, it's $550 per black person. And white people, and I think in your tweet you also spoke about Indians, they control 93% of the economy. Yeah. And per person, that's about $56,000.
Yes.
We're living in two different worlds.
Two different worlds. And
exactly. So I need you to understand that this is what we're faced with in Africa. Gwen, welcome on board. What would you like to say? Let's hear from you.
Wow, it's not the first time. It's long time it's been going on.
Yes, that's correct.
It happened everywhere. Africa is the same thing. It's
Exactly.
the American, Europeans control.
Yes.
So we have to stop. Even in Africa, there is certain place no blacks go there. I don't know if you know that.
Yep. In many countries, there are places that Africans cannot go to. We need to put a stop to that. This is why this program is important for us to raise that awareness. Carry on. Yeah, very good point you raised.
And the thing here is money. Money is a paper, okay? It's just a paper with a simple.
It's paper.
If we fake it, yeah, they are
It's
using
paper.
money to control people, mindset, to overcome our, especially in South Africa.
Yes.
It's been long time. This country is free, long time.
Exactly.
So we have to follow the rules and regulation in Africa. You cannot come in my land and you decide. Because I'm in Europe, I don't decide. Anytime I speak, yeah, it's the judge who decide. But I decide for my life. That is the thing.
Exactly. And these are the kind of things that is going on. And I'm so glad, Gwen Mama, welcome on board again. You touched on a point. There are many places, even in Nigeria, there are places that we cannot even go to as Africans. And this is happening. This is not just one part of. There is a place on the tip of I think Algeria and Morocco that is actually they've actually carved it over. It's now Spanish. There's a border into Europe that cuts off a large section of Africa, that cuts off a large section of the country. I think it's Morocco and Algeria, that goes into Europe, that they put borders on the African continent that people cannot go on the African continent. That's the reality of what is going on. So when we talk about we are doing, when you say you're a millionaire and as an African and you can among many, you have to know that you are being used to oppress your own people. We need to wake up from that mentality collectively. And if you notice, those who are doing this oppression, they are united in oppressing us on our own continent. And that is why we need to speak up.
Please, I beg you, I don't want to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
The only way we can accept that, the only way we can get back Africa, I told you since 2018,
yes,
I decided to dress like an African.
Yes.
It means if I put a fake hair on my every year, I make a progress.
Yes.
It means I was able to have money.
Yes.
Instead of me loving the money, it's better I be a business person.
That's it.
Instead of a user. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the only way we especially the females, blacks.
Yes.
I don't care.
Exactly.
If you speak about, if I want to show you an example, I say, this is a
Yeah.
Muslim woman.
Yeah.
You see the way for her dressing.
Yeah.
Or if I say this is an Arab woman, you have to show who are you. You're representing. You have to represent Africa. Don't come and say, I'm from this country. I'm from this country.
No.
Then you have to look
Exactly.
like you are African.
Exactly.
If you're not dressing according to like African, I don't think we can be able to bring this kind of nonsense down.
Exactly. But
I have to face you like I know who I am. I know my worth. I know my country.
Exactly, exactly. Thank you very much, Gwen. And it's very, very important. You see, we got to be very conscious. We have been totally miseducated, and that's a major problem that we face. We have been totally miseducated, and we need to really be aware of that miseducation and the damage it is doing to us. Many of us don't know this history. Welcome, Vanna. Welcome, welcome, Vanna. Welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I can hear you. 1 second. You'll be next. You'll be talking next. I'll be asking you next. Thank you. Verna, yeah, welcome on board. Thank you. I'll come back. I'll come back to you later on, and I'll get Lucifer to speak now. Welcome on board, my brother. Yes. Yeah. So, What are your reaction to knowing that as if a white South African gets income per capita of $56,000 every year, 7 million of them, and an African, a black African, gets an income of just $550 per year, all 53 or 54 million. And is that how many is that? Let me just check. 54 million. Get just 550,000 and 550 dollars a year, and they're in the same country.
My reaction if I'm in South Africa as a African man
Yes.
and I discover this kind of statement
Yes.
and which is the reality,
Yes.
I will see that this is injustice and this is wickedness.
It is pure wickedness.
You understand? I will do all things between my power.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't mind, even if I lose my life,
I
I
say,
will fight that cause
indeed,
for that thing to be removed.
to be brought down, to be brought down.
Yes, because why? If this thing keep going on,
Yeah.
those people they will wake up one morning asking the South African to leave the country.
Exactly. Exactly.
Very
Exactly.
soon because this thing started little by little.
It is.
Look at Israel today.
Yes.
When they started as immigrants.
Exactly.
This one is bigger than Palestine itself.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
And
this is the thing.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is the thing we need to understand that these people are starting taking cities in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
In the next 10 to 15 years, they are going to take up the country.
Exactly.
They are going to ask for independence.
Exactly. Well, they've already started asking for independence. They've already started asking for
Okay.
independence. They've already
They have
started.
the money. Yeah, they have the money. They have supporters. They
That's
have
it.
strong allies.
That's it.
Like the US, UK, the France, all of them are supporting them. So
Exactly.
they are going to ask for independence. The whole Africa, they have nothing to do about it
You see.
because we can't fight them.
Mm.
But now we have the power.
Yes.
Now we have the power. They never became a nation. Now the South Africans they have the time to ask their government to be responsible for their well-being,
Exactly. Exactly.
not for them to come out to fight their fellow blacks.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Not for them to come outside to talk about who is going to take your job. Are you fighting to be a slave or you are fighting to be free?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is this? Let's wake up. If
Exactly.
fighting to become a slave, what is
Exactly.
wrong with you, South Africans? If fighting to somebody to be making you your slave, to be working for somebody as a house helper, houseboy,
Yeah.
for what?
Yeah.
It's not good. Let South African youth get together
Mm-hmm.
asking the government to be responsible for the country.
Yeah.
You have no have to. There is no boundary. I have South African passport, or I'm living in South Africa. What is that? I have some certain place I will not be to for what?
Exactly.
But these
Exactly.
people they have the right to go all over in South Africa without any question. Then make them the first class citizens
You,
in South Africa.
Lucifer, let me shock you. As a South African white, you can go to any part of Africa. You can get your visa at the point of entry. You don't have to go and fill papers like the rest, like black Africans.
Just imagine. Dangote himself was making this statement, the richest black in Africa. He was making this statement, say, as African wealthy man he is, he had to get 35 visa on his passport before he go around Africa. But he met one rich man in France saying that if he need any visa to visit any African country, he said no.
Exactly.
He himself is a rich man from Africa.
There you go.
To visit his fellow African country to develop those countries.
You see
But
that?
the rich man from France, which is a white a European couple,
That's
he
it.
don't need any visa to
There you
visit
go.
those countries in Africa. He can see the legacy, he can see the injustice. And those same people came to our land talking about human rights, talking about
There you go.
democracy,
There you go.
talking about corruption. We have the right to tell them that they are corrupt. They don't have any right to call Africa corrupt nation.
Exactly. Lucifer, you are hitting the nail on the head. And I hope many of us are watching. As you're watching, please tap the screen, share, hear comments, please.
To call us name, who have the right to call them name? Because in the history, no country will go or African leader go and bring corruption, bring war in that country. No, you have no country will go and bring so idea, bring policy, bring system in that country. No, but all over the world, those people came and bring ideology, bring different ideas to
Destabilize us, exploit us.
you call yourself unite, you call yourself good people.
Lucifer, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I had some surgery on my throat. It's gonna get better maybe in a week or two.
Good,
But
good.
right now it's a little rough.
Yeah,
And
take
I'm
it
a
easy.
little abrasive anyway.
Yeah.
So it's all right.
Make sure you drink a lot of tea, though. Drink a lot of warm tea, please.
Yes, I just finished one. I'm so full of tea.
Good, good. Guys,
That's
good.
the third one this morning.
Okay, that's
So I'm able to talk a little bit for a little while.
good. Good, good.
Lucifer,
Yes, ma'am.
would you feel better? First, let me start out with my name. My name is Linda.
Yeah,
Rough as I sound, my username is Lady LJ.
yeah.
So you can use either one. I do not care. Just know that I am not a man.
Of course, we know that.
Okay, so the other thing is, would you feel better? Because I listen to you speak and I understand the passion because I would have it too. But, because before you spoke, I talked about how if they came to my house and tried to take it over, somebody gonna have to be carried out.
Mm-hmm.
We can't stay in here together with you running my house. Somebody gonna have to be carried away because they're not able to walk away. So,
Yeah.
sister, I've been in a lot of chats with South Africans, and they are okay. Some of them with
Some.
what's going on there. It seems like a lot of them are okay.
Sadly.
So the other thing is the system of government. Excuse me. Because I hear you call it democracy, which I think is weird because I live in a place where there's democracy and it is not what's going on there. So when I see what's happening there, I say, oh wow, what are they doing and calling it democracy? So you think another name for whatever system they're using there and calling it democracy, maybe aprocracy or some stuff like that because it's a crock.
It is, yeah, it's not exactly.
It is not democracy.
Exactly.
That is not how democracy works.
Exactly.
But if you renamed it, would it be better for you? Lucifer.
I'm listening to you, ma'am. I'm waiting for a question.
Yeah,
The
he's
question is, if you rename this fake system they got calling it democracy, if you call it something else, would that be better?
Okay, so first thing first, I want to make this point. Everything, we're talking about system, okay? When
Yes.
somebody don't build a system, bring it to you. No matter you try to use that, it's not going to work for you.
exactly.
A system built by each individual, all right? A country need to build a system
On their own.
people in the country.
Thank you.
The system of democracy,
I agree with that.
the system of democracy is not working for us. A democracy is a propaganda thing.
Well,
It's a bliss
I don't
country.
know. Wait, Lucifer, what I'm saying is, you do not have a democracy. You wouldn't know whether it worked or not. You don't have a democracy. You
Yeah.
have some kind of imitation of it because
Yeah.
all that cheating and
Yeah.
people putting in whoever they want to be in there, that is not democracy.
Yeah.
Those people call it democracy. That's
Yeah.
why I say we don't need it. If
Yeah.
they say democracy, we don't need it.
Yeah.
They call it democracy.
Yeah.
To me, it's not democracy. To me, it's for just to destroy a
Yeah.
country.
Yeah.
Alright? Just like ECOWAS. ECOWAS is, I call it a terrorist organization in Africa.
Exactly.
ECOWAS, is that the power three? I love it when people talk about the power three. I love them.
Yeah.
I love them. I love
No, ECOWAS is the body that is trying to stop the power of three, the alliance of Sahel states.
No, not what's going against.
Yes, that. So we're trying to bring them down. We do not want ECOWAS at all.
That's why I'm calling them
Yes.
a terrorist organization.
Yes, they are.
Because
Yeah.
it's their fault. They
Yeah.
terrorizing anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
They try to take over their house.
Exactly.
They're terrorizing.
Yeah.
You come into my house, you're gonna get some terror.
Exactly. No.
And that's what you should get when
Exactly.
you try to break in my house. You ought to get you some terror.
Exactly. Exactly.
And the message with that is stay out my house.
That's it. That's it. Thank you very much, Linda, for that. Lucifer, thank you. You said a lot there. Let me move on to somebody else, and I'll stay in there in the panel, and I'll bring you back again. Let me go to bigger.
Thank you. After I will talk after I will
Yes.
talk.
Yes, please. Yes, of course. Thank you. All right. Yeah. So let me go to Big Haitian, and then we'll go to Gloria, and then we'll go to the Reds. Big Haitian, my brother, welcome on board. It's a pleasure to have you from the Haitian Empire. From the Haitian Empire, I see you as an empire. We need to start manifesting what we want to see. Haitian Empire. Haitian Empire.
Yeah, man, big up. Thank
Big
you
up.
very much,
Yeah.
The people of Alkebulan, I keep saying we should change from calling it Africa because the word
Yeah.
is a spell.
It is.
I mean, we really got, until we do these things,
Mm-hmm.
they're not going to take us serious.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because we have to knock out certain things
Mm-hmm.
that are damaging in us
Yeah.
as spells
Yeah.
that we put on each other.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
the African people, I mean the Alkebulan people,
Yeah.
before they protest, better they get together
Mm-hmm.
and sign a petition and say, okay, we're going to sue or set up a lawsuit against the government
Mm-hmm.
to let the government know what is wrong and what needs to be fixed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is what the African, the Alkebulan youth
Mm-hmm.
have to do
Mm-hmm.
to free themselves. Because
Yeah.
remember, you have the Alkebulan government,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have the people, which should be a government for itself.
People, yes.
To govern
The people.
and watch over these corporations doing business on their land.
Exactly. Exactly.
So the Alkebulan people need to pick a leader. When they unite,
Yeah.
they need to pick a leader,
Mhm.
a brilliant person
Yes.
that can speak
Mhm.
and know how to talk
Mhm.
to these people in their language.
Mm-hmm. 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 That's
After
exactly.
they do that,
Yeah.
they set up a lawsuit
Mm-hmm.
and sue the whole government.
Exactly.
Now, if they do not accept this lawsuit,
Mm-hmm.
then the Alkebulan people
Mm-hmm.
stop the system.
Exactly.
Stop
Exactly.
doing certain things in the system.
Mm-hmm.
This is how you make them feel it
Mm-hmm.
in the belly.
Mm-hmm.
If we keep talking and saying this and saying that, they laugh at us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm trying
Yeah.
to say, my friend?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the
We need action. I agree with you. We need collective action.
action, man.
Yes.
Too much talking, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, look on IT. IT is doing what they have to do, and we are organizing down there under the law.
Mm-hmm.
We're organizing,
Mm-hmm.
and we are talking to different government in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
We have a leader down there.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Guy Philippe.
Yes.
This is who the people want.
Yes.
He said, listen, this government is wicked.
Mm-hmm.
If we try to take over this thing from them,
Mhm.
they're going to kill us all.
Exactly.
We don't want that.
Unalive.
Unalive at all.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Mhm.
We don't want that. So what we need to do
Mhm.
is organize ourselves together and get another country like Russia
Mhm.
to back us,
Mhm.
right? Why the U.S. is backing this de facto government,
Mhm.
right? And then now we go on election and we do what we have to do, and Russia backing us. And
Mhm.
we have our soldiers, we have this and we have that.
Mhm.
This is what's going on in Haiti, in IT right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And the Africans, I mean the Alkebulan
No.
but to basically secure the United States embassy.
Mm-hmm.
They go down there to secure all of these places that the United States is governing.
Exactly.
That's what they went down
That's
there to
all.
do.
Exactly. You see?
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because I see a lot of videos with I hear gunshots, but I don't see nobody who they shooting at.
Mm-hmm.
It's all staged.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's look how long they've been down there. What's going on now?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're protecting the United States
I,
embassy
I can't
and
believe it.
other stuff. That's what they're doing.
Again, that is enslavement. That's slavery all over again. The people of Africa being used to protect something that the oppressors have actually forced them to do. So yeah, this is so.
Again, not to disturb you. Again, I keep telling people our problem look like us.
Mm-hmm.
Forget about these so-called whiteys you're talking about. Forget
Mm-hmm.
about them
Mm-hmm.
because they work for the people who look like us.
Mm.
They are Moors.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? They are Moors,
Yeah, I understand.
African Moors.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
ECOWAS is part of them.
Yeah. African Union is part of
You
them.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they are the one that are and these whiteys you see that calling themselves South Africans.
Mm-hmm.
They are South Africans. You know why?
Mm-hmm.
Because they are the children of the Moors.
Mm.
They the one that got together with the whiteys women and started having kids with them.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the children that are saying that they are Africans. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? The Moors is our problem, not the whiteys. They are the one that holding us down, and they are the one that came to the United States with the Mongolians and the whiteys to unalive the indigenous people of the land. People,
Mm.
first you have to know history
Yeah.
in order to know where you.
Mm-hmm.
You're so right. So right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No, Haitian. You're big Haitian. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean, there is a lot that we need to cover, and I think I probably do a different show with this particular topic as well, because it is something that a lot of us need to really understand and to pick that up. I think we have. I mean, there's so many battles we need to face, but to help people to be able to tune in on the African continent, they need to go and look at the battle they're facing right now and be able to begin to, because many of them are accepting it. They don't know. I mean, how can you accept that as an African you are getting $550 a year, but as a South African and as an European African you get given $56,000 a year. I mean, this is this is I mean I, and to be honest, I'm fuming. But it's not about fuming. It's about taking action. It's about sort of saying, no, we need to do something about this. But you're right. Our history is very important, and we need to do more research on that and continue. And I agree with you. The name has to be changed. But like I said, this is why we need our own social media. When we have a big social media platform where all Africans we have media houses like myself and others coming together, and then we're putting out that information about what we want from our people. Now we can begin to have influence. So our media is so important because the media is what they're using to project the negative narrative for us to accept. So we need to counter that. So that is part of what we need to do. And this is why I try and come out and raise awareness. But of course, Big Asian, thank you so much for those comments thus far. Let me go to Gloria. Then I bring, oh, my brother has just gone off. I was going to bring the other brother on, but he's gone off. Resurrection, it's called. Okay, let me get him back in. And Gloria, I'll see if I can. Resurrection, do you want to come back in quickly? Because I was just about to call Gloria, but you, and then I'll bring you back. So Resurrection, can you join? Can you join me at all? Okay, whilst we're waiting for that to happen, let me go and bring in Gloria. Gloria, welcome on board. Let's hear from you. What are your thoughts on what you've heard about the fact that a white South African gets $56,000 a year per capita income? and an African gets just $550 in South Africa right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
You're
Greetings,
welcome.
everybody.
Greetings, greetings.
Yeah. Uh, South African people are wild people. Let me say it like that. Are wild people.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the wild people will not. Wild. It's not the right word to use.
Mm-hmm.
They are two-sided snakes.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know which side they're going. You
Mm-hmm.
don't know which side it's moving.
Mm-hmm.
They're two-sided people.
Mm.
You see, we African people, other African people will be seeing somebody who is good for them.
Mm-hmm.
For them, they will choose what they want.
Mm.
You know. Not only that, these people gave so much power to the whiteys more
Mm.
than the black people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If we look at some other, was it 2 years back,
Mm-hmm.
in 2020 or 2019 there,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Where they loot some parts of South Africa. We are
Mm-hmm.
protesting and it was horrible,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And they were saying some other people go back, and people were like, "Hey, South African, these people were behind them, people were supporting them." But then people were hoping that maybe election will bring a big change.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't bring anything.
Mm-hmm.
All the election was just ridiculous. It's like the
Exactly.
British that voted the entire country.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
You're right. You're so
So
so right.
so and at the same time, I feel like South Africans we have here on platform
Mm-hmm.
are really not the real people.
Mm.
But I believe in my heart that the real people, like Zulu people who have no access to
Mm-hmm.
internet,
Mm.
or the vendor, or the what, let me not call them. I
Mm-hmm.
believe they are feeling the same hate.
Yes.
They are dying silently.
Mm-hmm.
But but since the technology wins, they have nothing to say.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They're
Mm.
they're crying too much.
Mm.
Because you look at Soweto right now,
Mm.
they're saying if you're a foreigner, you cannot do business there. You have to be shut down.
Mm.
If
Hmm.
you're a South African person, you can do business there. And they have started closing people's shops there. So what does it mean?
Mm.
We have some Zimbabweans there,
Yeah.
but then they're all the same people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's no difference there. But instead for them to ask for a joint hand, you don't know.
Mm.
This one will wake up tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
do the other opposite. The another one who did the opposite will come and do good
Mm-hmm.
again. That's why I'm saying they're two-sided people.
Mm-hmm.
They
Mm-hmm.
don't know which way to go and which one to do.
Mm.
And
Interesting.
for that, they will still continue being. If they don't change
Mm-hmm.
right now, because right now what they are putting in their brain that every other African people who talked about South Africa, they are bad people.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
what they are doing in their brain right now.
Yeah.
Anybody who open his or her mouth to say anything about South Africa, they see them as bad people.
Mm.
They are saying they can deal with it. But can you treat your wound when you don't have let me not even say it.
Mm. Mm. I know what you mean. But the thing is this, my sister. I'm so you're so right. We are. This is why we're raising the awareness now for them. Let me read something to you that many people may not know. And this goes back to 1892. Catherine, you'll be next. This goes back to 1892. It says here in 1892, wrote Franchise Ballot Act, raised property requirements from a relatively low £25 to a significant 75, which had a disproportionate effect on the previously growing number of enfranchised black people in Cape and under the Cape Qualified franchise. that has been enforced since 1853. Now, what is the Franchise Ballot Act? It was an act of the Cape Colony driven by Prime Minister Cecil Rhodes, which raised the property franchise, does disenfranchising in a large proportion. What does that mean? It means that they created laws that will make it difficult for blacks who originally owned the lands to continue to own the land, because they have to go and find money to actually put in that claim that I have the power. And if they didn't have the money, they couldn't claim. They couldn't claim that land. This is a systematic way of taking land away from us on our own land. These are the foundations of what is South Africa. So when you see white South Africans saying they are rich and everything else, it is in the land. Because of course in the land, the likes of Oppenheimer and all of that, they came and took the gold in the soil. This is what we have to understand. And we need to wake up. Yes, my sister, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me say this one,
Mhm.
okay?
Mm.
There are some other countries in Africa,
Mm.
it's like they have just the name.
Mm-hmm.
But if we talked about it, nobody will even say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about if somebody said Egypt, what comes to your mind? If
Oh.
somebody said Mauritius, what
Mhm.
comes to your mind?
Mm.
If somebody says this one for penguin,
Mm-hmm.
how do they call it? That island, what come to? It's now the same thing happening with South Africa.
Yeah.
Time will come, their name will be deep, because we will say that they are overpowered with white people.
But we're not going to let that happen. That is why we are speaking up now. We cannot let that happen anymore. We are all too awake now. We are all too awake. We cannot let that happen, and we need to continue to speak truth to power and encourage our people. I mean, this information now. I'm hoping that those South Africans that were supporting the girl being sent back to Nigeria because they said, "Oh, she's not South African." I hope they can wake up, because they are supporting the system that is oppressing them, whereby putting somebody who is clearly nothing wrong with her personally, but she is from Europe. She is not African. They are being misrepresented in their own land. And those people, they have two areas they can claim ancestry, because their ancestry belongs in Europe, not in Africa. And they are taking the land belonging to Africans. So I hope, we will continue to, we're not going to allow them. Our ancestors are telling us we must reject, in voice, in spirit, in actions, in everything we do. All around us, we must reject this injustice. And we are going to stand for that. But thank you very much for that. And Gloria, I'll come back to you. Let me go to Catherine. Catherine, welcome on board. Let's hear from you. What are your thoughts on what you just had now in terms of, I just said it again, is a white South African earns per capita every year $56,000, as in US dollars. A black South African earns just $550, all 54 million black Africans a year. And the $56,000 a year is for 7 million white South Africans. How do you view this? Let's hear from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Citizen AY.
Thank you.
I looked at the live before and I was just trying to go on, because the issue in South Africa is something that, for me personally, is a difficult one for me to even talk about, because I know that so many African countries at the moment are really kind of disappointed in what we have been seeing from South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And if we want to, I think the best thing, I think sometimes we have to wake up to the reality that we are not over with slavery. We are
Exactly.
going through what I call mental slavery at
Yeah.
the moment.
Yeah.
It has gone from physical to, a lot of us have been manipulated into the way that if we continue to fight with each other, how are we even going to be able to support each other to
Exactly.
get rid of something like that? So if things like this are coming up, and if other African countries want to say, how can we support South African people that are dealing with this issue in their own land, how are they going to support them when they are seeing other Africans as their enemies? At the moment, all they are organizing, if you see their TikToks,
Exactly.
and all those things.
Exactly.
The Africans that are living in South Africa. So, in fairness, how do you liberate people who think like that?
Good point.
The Miss World that they just selected, they said that they feel that that lady will represent them better because
Oh
Nigeria,
gosh. Oh
because
Lord.
she, yeah, because of
Oh.
what she is and everything, will
Oh.
represent them better. Nigerian person cannot represent them
Oh
better. And
gosh. Oh
the
gosh.
basis of that is that they have some Nigerians doing bad businesses in their country. That's all they were beating
So
that girl for.
yeah.
And it's very pathetic. So, look, before you can even wake them up to
Yeah.
realizing that, look, the reason that you are so poor in your own land, I don't even know how true this is, but I heard recently that there is even a town in South
Yes.
Africa that black Africans are not allowed to
Yes.
go to.
There is. There
And
is. I've got the
I
name.
just can't.
I
I
have the
can't
name.
comprehend it.
Oronyo or
I cannot
something.
comprehend it. And the reason that that those things can be done in the daylight without any fear
Yeah.
or anything is because they know that they have already sowed the seed where these people cannot be heard by
Discord.
other Africans. We cannot unite with each other. We see each other as the enemies. How are you going to ever get up and fight for your land when you always look at the wrong people? You are directing your anger. They are complaining about Nigerians and other African countries coming to take their job.
Yeah.
I'm not even complaining about them taking about the people you're talking about taking the land. The thing that is the most valuable asset that they should
Ever.
have in their own country.
Ever.
They are not even worried. They're not fighting for that. They're fighting for these other Africans that have come there to struggle. So, look, you can't start. You can't start from the top. You cannot go and start saying, "Oh, we want to make sure that South Africans get the bigger land and
No, 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 no,
have
no.
ownership," because they themselves they are not even thinking that way. Look at Malema.
Yes.
Malema was the answer to
Many
all
of the
of these
concerns.
things.
Yeah.
But look at that. And it's not like sometimes I feel bad because I don't think that they even realize
They don't because they are indoctrinated.
they don't. Exactly. Exactly. So if somebody's the way our brain works, if you continue to allow yourself to feed the wrong information,
You're confusing chemistry.
1 minute. 1 minute. Sorry. Go ahead.
so
Yeah. Go ahead.
So
Carry.
I suppose basically, thank you for discussing it. And look, it's a pathetic situation. It's something that other people need to come together to raise their awareness or whatever. But look, first of all, it has to start from them.
Yeah.
They have to be if they cannot support somebody like Malema who would have come and make sure that things like that were not happening anymore. It's a difficult one. So I suppose there's only talk about it, and if there are people in South Africa, honestly, to be on the positive side as well, I
Yeah.
think there are some strong people in South Africa who have not given up.
Exactly.
People who have not given up, who are still fighting and trying to, speak on all these things. So if those kind of people will be involved and hopefully, because this is happening in the whole of Africa.
Yes.
South Africa had their own, but this is apart from the one that those people are doing in South Africa. Our leaders are doing the same thing in
Yep.
our other countries,
Yep.
like in Nigeria and the rest of them.
Yes.
They make the people who are struggling face each other and fight each other,
Exactly.
so that they can
Continue to control.
enrich themselves because they learned it from their colonial
Ma-
masters. They learned it from the West.
Exactly.
So it's very similar to what is happening all over Africa. But the answer stands. The answer is if we can start looking up to other countries, Kenya, all the other French countries that are trying to do their best.
You're talking about Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. Yeah. The Alliance of Sahel States.
If we can hold on to that hope and just hope that that it will be a difficult process, but gradually that we can start to see
The light
that
at the end
kind
of the
of
tunnel.
enlightenment happening, then we just hold on to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you for your contributions. I really appreciate that. And it's important. And everybody speaking, please, I need you to really make sure that when you're talking about this, visualize, accept that our ancestors are speaking through you to free us. This is why programs like this is happening. It's not by accident. Our ancestors are directing for us to wake us up, to remind us of where we came from, to remind us of what has been done, and to let us know the ideas and suggestions to how we can free ourselves and take the action, because we will need to take concrete action collectively together. So thank you very much for that, Catherine. Let's go to I am Raymond. Oh, okay, Vanna, go ahead. Then I'll go to Raymond. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here with you all. It's so powerful. Um, when King Bigger came on, he started with changing the name.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We talked about that a couple of months ago.
Yes, we have done.
And about the spell.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much of a spell
Mm-hmm.
that if we would make an effort to stop saying that name,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
okay, it's going to be almost impossible.
Mm-hmm.
But the minute that they get a group of people say stops calling themselves African,
Mm-hmm.
when you think about the word black, right? Black is not a color.
Mm-hmm.
Black is the highest vibration where all other colors come from. Did you know
Exactly.
that?
Exactly. It is.
So,
It is.
but
It's
how did
true.
they get us to start hating to call
Mm-hmm.
ourselves black?
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. You're true. So true.
Look. We can't even say, we have to say YT.
Mm-hmm.
YT.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Instead of calling those people what they named themselves, what
Yeah.
they have controlled us in. Why?
Mm.
Because in a name can bring together or separate.
Exactly.
Just
Exactly.
think about it.
Mm.
All the names that we were given, all the names that we were given from the same people who got us in this condition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And look, they knew what they were doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's every time we pronounce that name, and this is true, every time we call ourselves that,
Mm-hmm.
that means we have turned ourselves against the ancestors.
Mm. I mean,
That's what it means.
yeah, yeah. What we will have to. So, how do you propose that we actually begin to? What steps can we take individually? I mean, collectively, to begin to actually address that?
Black,
Okay.
like it's the first god, Osiris, god
Yeah.
of the great god of blackness,
Mm-hmm.
black.
Mm-hmm.
That scares them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because that's something that we are doing.
Mm.
We are not doing what they have given us to do.
Mm.
As long as we are doing and keeping their program going
Mm-hmm.
with their names,
Mm-hmm.
we're defeated already.
Exactly.
Because we omit the ancestors' assistance.
Mm. We will continue, and that's a good place to that's a good place to start with this. We need to as again for the media, for us in media, we are going to have to be the ones driving this. The names that we will start using names. For example, I started something now. I never accept anybody saying that the juntas are in control or in the Alliance of Sahel States. I say they are intellectual. It is an intellectual realignment, nothing to do with junta. The people, they saw the problems of the people and they decided to take control. It is intellectual realignment. Thank you very much, Catherine.
They are the liberators of Africa, bro.
Yes,
That's
they
what
are.
they are. Majestic black supremacy.
Ashe.
They are
Ashe.
chosen in the party. Black
Yes.
supremacy.
Yeah.
That's what they
Once you,
are.
one second, one second. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. So thank you very much, Vaname. Let me go to I am Raymond, and I'll bring in Unwosu after that. Raymond, and then I'll go to Uma. Raymond, let's hear from you. Thank you very much. I am Raymond. It's a pleasure to have you. Go ahead. I can't hear you. You have to talk. I can't hear you. Speak up. Can you unmute? Can you unmute yourself? Unmute. Unmute yourself. Can you speak?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. Okay. Well, I'm new into this atmosphere.
Yes.
But I don't. My first contribution is going to be very, very tiny.
Okay.
I don't. Regardless that when I came to Kingston University in London to study political science, doesn't mean that I know a lot.
Yes.
What
Okay.
I'm trying to say is that I've heard a lot of comments coming from different individuals on the panel, which is very good. But we have to understand one thing is that up to today, we've heard a lot of talks from a lot of
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the reality of how Africa wanted to liberate themselves, you
Mm-hmm.
realize that we are actually not doing much when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to that.
Yes.
And all of us knows that, except if you want to deny the reality. This is not all about we just say that okay, we need to use a specific name to call ourselves in this way.
Mm-hmm.
Things is going to get better. If
Mm-hmm.
you look at Africa as a continent, Africa today, except we wanted to lie to ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
This is a question I wanted to throw to the panel,
Okay.
so that you might choose to answer the question, you might choose not to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, do everybody think that Africa actually they united on a specific goal to liberate themselves?
Currently, okay. Let me go first. I can only speak. I'll say that I don't think we are there yet, but there are countries that are giving us indications. The countries like Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, they are united. They've even gone so far to create an alliance of Sahel states. So that is that they are giving us a direction for others to join, and that is why on this platform we talk more about them, because we know that there's less unity in the whole of Africa, but those three countries, they signified the unity that we wanted, because they've come together, they signed the pact, monetary terms, security, and of course trade. All of that they put together. So it is really important that we highlight, and I would like you to make sure that yourself on your platforms, that we all speak about Ibrahim Traore, Assimi Gote, and General Chani of Niger. They are true African heroes. They are standing in the face of enormous threats. Ibrahim Traore has faced 9 coup attempts so far, and it's happening every day. They had people were trying to the French sent mercenaries of 4,000 mercenaries recently to go into to try and destabilize the Alliance of Sahel states, and they've arrested 700 of them. About the remaining 3,000 something were unalived. So we do have the footprint for unity. But of course, you are absolutely right. As Africa, why we're not. But we need to look at those who are doing the work we need to do and emulate them, and actually make their message reverberate across Africa to bring that change, to vibrate that change into the system. I hope that answers the question.
That's a good one. The second thing I wanted to ask before I actually go into my a little bit of analysis is
Mm-hmm.
that does everybody on the panel know, if you can pinpoint, I'm not saying, if you can pinpoint,
Mm-hmm.
what are the African countries that we know today they're not willing to actually make Africa a better place? Nigeria is number one of them.
Okay.
I'm a Nigerian,
Yes.
and Nigeria is one of them
Mm-hmm.
that is not ready to make Africa a better place.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if everybody know other countries in Africa.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I mean, okay. I don't know. Let me see if I can. The only reason I don't, if I start asking others to talk, then you're going to slow this down, because I need to go to Ungosu, Uma, and all that.
Okay,
So,
go.
but let me just say this. I think we know that Nigeria is a problem, Kenya is a problem, Uganda is a problem, Zimbabwe is a problem, Congo is a problem, Ghana is a problem, Liberia is a problem, Senegal is a problem. There are so many. Togo is a problem. Chad is a problem. Cameroon, no, well, not Chad. Chad is, they are beginning to send away the French troops away from the country. Togo, I believe, and Cameroon, Ivory Coast, all of those other countries there, and in fact, when you talk about Sudan and all of that, they are all full of puppets. But that is why we need to really be supporting those three who are standing up, and they are in a central role of actually speaking up for Africans and actually working for the people. They're, Ibrahim Traore is not driving a brand new Toyota Daihatsu or something. He's driving the 1994 Defender that was used under Thomas Sankara's governance to go around, and he's buying trucks, farming and medical trucks so that they can get to the medical, they can get ambulances to communities in all parts of Burkina Faso. He's building the gold industry, the gold mining company, so that they can actually make their own finished product of gold. He's made sure that the farmers have got tractors. So these are things that are very, very practical that we need to look at. So we need to start talking more. Yes, go ahead. Okay.
I just like to add a little bit to Raymond's
Mm-hmm.
point. I think what have enough.
the system has put them in that situation.
Exactly, because they're constantly looking for money. There's no time to teach children little all the skills and all the little moral behaviors and all the things that will, at the end of the day, make us a society that we can. Because if we have basic characters and we have basic knowledge and skills, honestly, our government people, or the government and all of these people we're even talking about, they won't really have so much power over people who are intellectually sound, not the type of education that we still have anyway,
No.
because we just bring what we read, we quote dictionary, we speak big English, but practical, we're not producing, we're not producers, we're not people who go and research and look into our ground and look into our resources and see what can we transform this thing to. A lot of those changes are actually happening in some parts of Africa at the moment.
There you go.
I know a company that is producing pure, using the leather that used to be taken from Nigeria to other countries and transformed into like Italy and the rest of them,
Yeah.
and they will just make it their own thing.
Yeah.
A lot of, I know a company that is now doing that in Nigeria, and I've seen people that have gone out to copy good things. So another thing that we need to also look at is some of us that are in diaspora that have gone out of the country, that have seen how things are done practically. How are we going back home to bring those knowledge, those skills, those learning back to become, for it to really impact our society?
Okay.
Because if we have enough people that are sensitized and enough people that are skillful and are thinking the right way, then we can really fight as well.
Okay.
But what is happening is that we come to diaspora as well, and what we're doing is continuously working again, not having time to parent properly so that we can have generations that are coming after us who will be better than us and be wiser than us and be smarter than us. We're not giving that time to those children as well. Then when we go back to Africa, we go build a mansion. Somebody will go with like 10 million, like whatever currency is in.
Yeah.
I will always say, if you can build with 100 million, why not do the same building of 50 million that you can live inside, and then use the other 50 million to build like factory training centers where even mechanic, carpenters, people can learn things like that. But what we're seeing are people going back, working so hard in the West, going back and just looking after themselves again, and then complaining about the government.
And this
And
is
then, so how do we get to the point where we stop actually saying all the time, this is what we need to do, this is the people that are
good.
responsible for our problem?
Good.
Yes, we have to identify the problems, but I think we also need to start looking into little ways that we ourselves can start, because it will really start with us.
Exactly.
And when we can do basic practical things like that, if you go I'm so sorry to say this, but I've done a little travel recently, and I've seen that sometimes when I even look for services, some of the people that give me the worst services are my own people.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm just kind of shocked. Why can't you even be good? Like, why can't you learn the smart way that other people used to, be nice to people and be practical and make, because you get more from life when you give good into the world as well. So
Yeah.
we need to come to that stage as well, where we're not only looking to the outside and start looking inward as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Wow. Catherine, thank you. You said quite a lot there. I have some suggestions to go ahead. Yeah. Gloria, okay, go ahead. Yes. Then I'll come back to Raymond, then we'll
Let me
close.
say this one to her.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like, you people who are in
Oh,
diaspora.
yeah.
I know. Just
yeah.
little. Just
Okay,
little,
then
please.
we'll go to Nwosu, then we'll go to Uma. Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Like, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Let me start with.
I'll give you like 2 minutes, please.
Let me start with what Raymond said. Okay. If we look at the on that line of political stuff, we will find that we are not talking about only the things that are done. Maybe we're looking at stuff that governments are doing, accountability. Okay. Then when we look at the list of countries that are developing, like they're colliding together, we're looking at stability of them. What are the current things they're doing? Or are they facing war? Are they doing that?
You're paying all the time.
You can, yes,
Mm.
those are things that are making us not to go far more.
Mm.
You guys have built so many stuff,
Mm-hmm.
washing bay, what, you name it,
Mm.
it's in Africa.
Mm.
But the government
Mm.
that makes the high tax rates for you guys,
Yeah.
it's the only thing that jeopardize everything to this level.
Mm.
We have abandoned hospital, we have abandoned what, abandoned this
Mm-hmm.
hospital,
Mm.
that,
Mm. Mm.
everything is down.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they are there.
Okay.
You guys have done a lot.
Mm.
They are there.
Okay.
Things are there. Talk of it, it's there.
You got 1 minute left
But
now.
the
Sorry.
government.
You got one
Yeah,
minute left.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that. So she's right. That we have to look at this. The system sucks out of you. You remember they'll just suddenly the borehole now that you make in your house. They suddenly say they want a tax. They want this one from it. You do that road. Oh, they want money from it. All of that system. All of that. These are things that we need to address, and that is why we need to work together. Now, the one thing. Let me just quickly, Raymond. Thank you for very important points that you raised there. I'll come back to you. Let me go to Nwosu. But before I go to Nwosu, I want to say something quickly. Please, we have to. Catherine said something that struck me. We need to make sure that in all our communities, as I'm talking to you right now, start making sure that your people in your community know their constitutional rights in their local language. So, what do I mean by that? Whatever country, 54 African countries, we don't have the constitution in our local languages. The people only have it in English, in French, and Portuguese. That is a big stumbling block. The people cannot participate in the governance. I, for one, have been doing this program whereby I'm translating the Nigerian constitution into Yoruba language, and I'm sharing it with the community. I'm having meetings with people how I can make that reach into the entire community so that they can know their powers in their language and how to use those powers. So we are looking for what you call the stakeholders, go into the communities with the knowledge when we taught them to empower the people to know their rights and how to use it. That is the practical things we need to be doing across the whole of Africa right now. But I'll say some more about that. But let me go to Nwosu. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Nwosu. Thank you for waiting, and let's hear from you. What would you like to add to the discussion so far? Thank you, my brother. Thank you for waiting so much. Thank you, Nwosu. Are you there? Hello, Nwosu. Can you hear me? Nwosu, my brother. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Good.
hear you.
Good.
Thank you very much, AY.
Thank you.
Thank you, all my brothers on the platform and sisters.
Mm.
You see, our ancestors are really cried for the inferiority of we black people in our continent. They are really shedding tears that we cannot stand firm together and fight our common enemy.
Yes.
Let me go to that South African brothers and
Yes.
sisters. They are really messed to us blacks. What they have chosen, the way they have chosen to go about their own black people. It's a great shame to them, because this thing, the way sometimes when I look at these people, I ask myself, are these people really descendants of Akebola or not? How can you value a Dutchman that came all the way from Netherlands more, that hold you captivity,
Do you know,
hosted you
my
captivity?
my brother? Do you know why? It's the Jesus complex. Anything European, it's a spell. We need to break from that spell.
Okay, my brother, I thought that these people are much more educated. But if they are very much more educated, why can't they just analyze the Bible and know that even Abraham never existed? Talk of Jesus.
Yeah.
And these people, they will look at their own black race and be disengaging about against them.
Yeah.
And then welcoming the white man,
Yeah.
supremacy, yes sir, yes ma, yes that. These
Yeah.
people, they are soul properties, really.
Mm.
Another thing is that, what do we do about production? I don't understand our leaders, some of our leaders.
Some.
If the Western world are not ready to sell machineries to us and tools, why don't we get it from the Asian country? Even
Exactly.
from
Well, this is what Ibrahim Traore is doing. He's buying from China. He's buying from Russia.
Okay, bro. These people always do talk evil about North Korea, My brother, I have been in North Korea before. If you see the advanced level these people are,
You see?
some of these
Wow.
Eastern Europe don't, they are not up to them.
You see that? You see that?
They are not up to them.
See that? Wow. Wow.
Are you getting me now?
Mhm,
And another thing I want to say here again, based on our African governance,
Yes.
this our governance in Africa. My brother, to 95% of them are all puppets. If not these three now that have risen there, okay.
Exactly.
Gaddafi was one of them.
Yeah.
That stood hard and they liquidated him.
Yes.
Through Obama and even our own president.
Yes.
Goodluck then.
Yeah. Yeah.
But may his soul rest perfect in peace. But this
No, no, no. We don't want it to rest. We don't, my brother. We don't want them to rest. They need to join us. No, 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 no.
I say may the soul of Mama Gaddafi rest in perfect peace. But you see, we need more people, we need more legends like this.
Yes.
Just like Ibrahim Traore and my Malian brothers, and
Yeah.
even the Senegal president
Yes.
is also pushing hard.
Exactly.
See, George Weah now.
Yes.
George Weah have also found no resources going out of Liberia anymore.
Okay.
So even said they're supposed to carry the thing in the head. I don't know what we are doing. Ghana, I don't know what they are doing. In South Africa, I don't know what they are doing. They are all dancing to the puppet masters.
That's why we need to wake up. That's why we're waking up like we're doing now. That's why we have to have this discussion.
The waking up of this our continent now. They don't think that this thing will happen in this time. They never believe that it will happen by this time. That it will start happening by this time. But you see, this our Gen Z.
Yes.
This our Gen Z time now.
Yes.
This our era. We are out for them.
That's it.
Nothing they know, we know it.
Exactly.
We are going to fight it with tooth and nail.
Exactly.
We can never bow down to white supremacy again.
Ashe.
Shining black
Ashe.
supremacy, black first.
Ashe. Ashe.
Anywhere I go, I tell them that black
Ashe.
shine, black first.
Ashe. Ashe.
Everybody migrated from me, so you cannot make me a third citizen now.
Ashe.
I will fire on an
Ashe. Ashe. Yes. Yes. Thank you, my brother. Nwosu, thank you so much for your contribution and your raising. Look, everybody that's speaking, we need to. I acknowledge what you're saying, and it is valid. And we need to always remember that all of us, we are here because we are committed to actually achieving this change, and we need to first do the talking therapy, take collective action to free ourselves from this mess that we've been placed. And now is the time. The Gen Zs of Kenya, the Gen Zs in Nigeria, the Gen Zs in Uganda, in Liberia, in Gambia, all of them, even in South Africa, people are waking up. But we just have to continue to empower the people in our local languages, because that is what they've been used to keep us in the dark. We need to make sure that happens. But thank you so much, my brother Nwosu. Let me go to Uma.
Well, you are doing a wonderful job. I just want to add one more thing to what I just said.
Yes.
You see this high taxation they are laying on us.
Yes.
It is high time we need to wipe all this nonsense.
All of it.
If they want to tax, let them tax the foreign people, not we the indigenous.
As-
This is enough.
Ashe, thank
They
you.
are not giving us water, they are not giving us anything. And then somebody will drill the borehole. You will come and tell that person to be paying.
Exactly. Exactly. And in fact, you know what? Nwosu, I'm going to talk about that. The government should explain to us why we should pay tax on the borehole when they fail to provide the very same water, my pipe-borne water for us. And that's a very good point. So
Thank you very much for raising it.
Yes.
And like this is the same thing that's happening in
yeah,
Kenya.
yeah, it
A
is.
lot of people have so many good stuff. These people have gone back and built home and
Yeah.
built, but the high tax rate on
Yeah,
them that
exactly.
impose on them.
Again, it ties back to what you just said, Gloria. You're right.
Just jeopardize everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Thank you. One second, Gloria. Thank you. I'm so glad that you thought that. I just want to. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, I'll bring Raz, but Uma is next. So, Uma, you're next. Thank you so much, Nwosu. Thank you very much. So, Uma, you're next. Let's go ahead. I'm trying to make sure everybody gets a fair chance. And please, those of you watching, please tap the screen and share. Tap, share. We welcome gifts. Let's get to 10,000 likes on here. Please, let's go ahead. Uma, Welcome. What would you like to say? Sorry?
20,000.
Yeah, 20,000. Yes.
Please.
Yes.
We can do it, people. Let's do it.
Yes.
Talk
Ashe.
about uniting and doing something. Do this.
Ashe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, my people, man. Good
Yes.
morning,
Yeah.
everybody.
Greetings. 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 Go
I
ahead.
heard, I heard what everybody's saying.
Mm.
You know, we all got a point.
Mm.
We have to start from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but this whole issue about lack of anything back home, I mean, it's just the government.
Mm.
The government made laws. The government execute these laws, so
Mm.
laws improve
Mm-hmm.
or don't improve the lives of the people. It depends on the law. So
Mm-hmm.
it don't matter if we go back home and build hospitals,
Yeah.
markets, farms,
Mm.
anything. It's not going to work because the system is not working. So
Yeah.
until we address the system, there is nothing.
Exactly.
There is nothing you can do
Yes.
that's going to result in anything
Mm-hmm.
positive. It's just because the system is not working. Just
Mm-hmm.
like, for example, outside of Africa, they
Mm-hmm.
don't have the best systems, but they have laws that
Mm-hmm.
allow them to do certain things,
Yes.
and they get paid from that. So
Yes. Yes.
we don't have any system until we address the system.
Mm-hmm.
We are
Mm-hmm.
not moving forward. It's just a whole idea.
Yeah.
Just like our sister was saying,
Yes.
since I was little, I've been hearing Uputa panel.
Yeah.
I watch the Senate,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
House of Assembly debate every day.
Mm-hmm.
These people know what to do. You don't. These people know what to do. Before you get in office, it's an office. It's a
Mm-hmm.
job position. It's something for you to do. Just because they know the system don't work, everybody goes in there to get their own money. So until we address these people, we are not moving forward. This is sad because South Africa, on the other hand, it's so that's a situation
Mm-hmm.
in all of Africa. They don't love them. They don't know themselves. They don't like their blackness, so they hate everybody else but the white people.
Mm-hmm.
That's besides the point. You cannot save anybody that don't want to be saved. At
Okay.
this point, we can save ourselves and
Mm-hmm.
go back for them. But for now, we are moving forward. We don't have to go back because of South Africa. These people they've made up their mind. They have a mindset, and you cannot convince them. This is 2024. How much more does it take for somebody to understand
Okay.
good and evil? These
Yeah.
people
Mm-hmm.
don't need no lecture. So leave people where they at.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As much as they don't like you, Nigerians, Kenyans,
Mm-hmm.
other black people, so-called, foreigners in LA,
Mm-hmm.
they love their white masters.
Mm.
Their society is still going the way they want it to go. So
Mm-hmm.
they have their own problems
Yeah.
to face. They keep digging themselves in. Let's not focus about South Africa.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
South Africa has gone away from anything African. These people are fighting to join the European Union. So this is the people talking about people who don't like their blackness. So that's gonna go. That's gonna go. We have good people, good nations in Africa that need to come together.
Yes.
Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, Botswana, everybody can come together. We don't have to depend on South Africa.
No, 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 we don't. But yeah,
So
yeah.
the thing is, the more we talk about them joining us or we making them understand how black they are, the further they go. The further they go. I mean, how much?
Yeah.
What more evidence do you need
Mm.
as a black man?
No, 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 we
in
don't.
South Africa
But
to understand
yeah,
the struggle of a black man. They don't have the best lives.
no.
They are fourth-class citizens in their own country.
Yeah, yeah,
Fourth class.
yeah. I mean, I just said it. They are earning $550 per year, as against what the Europeans earn $56,000 a year, and they're still supporting that system.
No, we don't. But yeah, struggle of a black man. They don't have the best lives.
No.
They are fourth-class citizens in their own country.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, I just said it. They are earning $550 per year, as against what the Europeans
No.
earn $56,000
See how they say,
a
oh,
year,
Nigerian, we don't like Nigerians.
and they're still
Nigerians
supporting that system.
Nigerians are putting our sisters in jail.
Mm.
sell drugs and all,
Mm.
So I had a question for somebody. I said,
I mean, I
since
just
we
said
have
it.
a problem
There
so
are
much
any
with
five now citizens of
so-called
Nigeria that
Nigerians doing
doesn't
drugs,
know
selling drugs in South
no.
Africa, who are they selling it to?
Mm-hmm.
And how did that thing get in the country?
Mm-hmm.
So this is just an attack on the so-called foreigners.
Yeah.
They don't like Zimbabwean people. They don't like Nigerian people. When you look at all these things, it's black people. They don't like black people.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's not about foreigners. They don't like black people. The Dutch that colonized and took all their lands are foreigners. The Germans that came along
And the
foreigners.
British.
They guess who saved them? The whole of Africa
Yes.
rallied
Exactly.
around
Mm.
to
Very
fight
good point.
apartheid.
Very good point.
King, can I say something? Please let me interrupt you for a minute. Because you said the word black 3 or 4 or 5 times. And I was just thinking here to bust the bubble,
Mm-hmm.
enslavement.
Yeah.
Why don't we make an effort to never call ourselves African again, but instead call ourselves black?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If it was good enough for Osiris,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's almost impossible to do, I know.
Yeah.
But that busts the bubble.
Yeah.
Because that's the next movement we have to take.
Yeah.
And we have to take it soon.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Then I'm going to just after Uma, I'm just going to just say an observation about that particular because it's important that we like I'm gonna tell you why I think it's not a good thing for us to call ourselves black, but it's my own opinion, but I will just say it and we just see how it goes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Uma.
We have a bigger issue
Mm-hmm.
that we are going through. I've been black my whole life. Me saying it 10 times don't mean nothing. I've been black my whole life. I didn't know I was something else until I came to the States.
Like Vanna said, black is the beginning. Black is the beginning of everything. If you want to make it, any color comes out of black, and that's literally who we are. Everything on this planet came out of us. Without us, there's no them. So that's with the foundation.
So for me,
Vibration.
go ahead, Van. Okay.
No.
I've been here for a little minute. I have a problem
Mhm.
with this. I don't fault anybody for knowing, understanding they're Africans, but I have a problem with the way people in America think about Africa when they want to
We have to
associate
go hard,
themselves
my
with
son.
Africa.
Mm.
No, we have to go hard.
Mm.
No, I'm saying they took black people from West
No,
Africa.
no. I'm saying you're interrupting the flow, is what I'm saying. Where you going? No, we have to go on about
South
getting
Africa.
together.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
And we have to go on, yes.
Yeah.
I've been black my whole life.
Yeah. Of course. But I hear you. Uma, and there's going to be discussion about that. But we need to really focus on because we need Africa to wake up. But I hear you. There are certain things that people will say, like we're saying about South Africans, and there are some people who will be not quite on, up to what we need to do in the states, and we get that, but we can discuss that in a more when we have that narrative on the screen and talk about that. But I'm grateful.
We wanted to ask me a question or say why black is bad for us.
Okay.
Because that's not what I'm getting.
No. Okay. Hold on. I am Raymond. 1 second, please. Uma. So, you just a final thought? What do you think, as Africans, what should be our focus? Following on, leaving South Africa to one side for 1 second. What should be our focus right now? What do you think we need to do?
Our focus is people, black people, African people. We need to find a solution to this problem. So, what's the solution? The government is not working. The system is not working. You got to find a way to take over, man.
We are the solution.
Yeah.
It got to be a revolution. We just can't keep talking about it. This
Okay,
is 2024,
so
and
revolution.
kids back home,
Sure.
a lot of people that grew up back home, they've never seen steady power
We
supply
don't
for
have to
24 hours.
we don't have to be both. You know what we have to do? We have to win. Because it's already our victory. You understand? See,
Exactly. Yeah.
from
Plug in.
the black ones of us.
Ancestors, from our
See, the
ancestors.
word black is that word. Listen, just let me say it to you like this here. You know the word that they say don't say the N word, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that one time that word that was one of the most important words on earth?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did you ever hear that?
Yep. In Ethiopia, for example, the kings were called that word.
That's exactly right. It came from thousands and thousands of years
Yeah.
when the when the melanated high priest
Exactly.
graduated. They got two titles.
Exactly.
One was CHRST,
Yes.
and the other one was NGGR.
Yes. Exactly. Exactly.
Those were the two most powerful words on earth because
But
they were the ones that ran everything.
mhm.
Now, they have taken that word to be so bad. Isn't that amazing that that little word,
Yeah.
they even, they want to take it out of the dictionary.
Yeah.
They don't want people to say it. Oh,
Yeah.
no, everybody, isn't that something? Look at the power of that word.
Exactly.
This was given thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago.
Yeah. Vanna, 1 second. I hear you, Vanna, and that's very important to know. So let me. I want Uma to close out. Then I'll go to Rastayo. I might go back to.
Excuse me, please.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. So
So,
thank you. Yeah.
my bad.
No.
Like I
No.
was saying,
Yeah.
we need to go back, man. Everybody has. I mean,
Mhm.
we're intelligent, we're smart people, we know, but how do we intercept this system? There's a way. We got to come up with a way in this revolution.
Mm. Okay.
You, our problem is past.
Mm.
Talking
We need
about
to.
it, yeah, we're gonna always talk about it, but
You know
we
what?
gotta.
You know what, Uma? I think I agree with you, but the revolution has to start in our minds. Our people, if people don't know what they're gonna go out for, they don't support. So I agree with you, but it has to be awakening that mind, and that is because many don't know the laws that are being used to govern them. I think, but you're right. We're thinking along the same lines.
Right now, everybody's hungry.
Mm,
Everybody understands hunger. Hunger is a universal language. So
mm-hmm,
you know that can be used. Umar, join us, please
mm,
join us, okay? Because
yeah,
that's what we want to do. That's what
yeah,
we're doing, but we don't have the funds to do it with
exactly,
or the people to get it done.
exactly.
Like, look, if you're going to give the people the
As,
Constitution,
yeah,
first we take them food.
exactly. Exactly. So all of us have to do this. We need to all join hands and do this from wherever in all our communities. We don't even have to choose one community. Just start from our communities on the African continent and begin to actually impact them with knowledge. It's really important we do that. But Uma, you're right. Only for time purposes, I'm going to go to Rastayo because he's been waiting. And I would, Catherine, I'll try and let you get a word in, but let me go to Rastayo first. Then we then give others because he's been waiting as well. Raymond, I'll bring you as well. I see you waving. I haven't ignored you, but I just need Rastayo to speak as well. Okay, Uma, thank you so much for that. I agree with you. There's a revolution. I firmly believe it starts in our mind. When we know our rights, we can begin to really take those actions that we need. But yeah, thank you. Rastayo, welcome on board. Let's hear from you, and then I'll go back to. I'll do a segue back to Catherine and then Raymond. Go ahead.
Yeah, greetings, everybody.
Greetings, greetings, greetings.
This evolution has started. I don't think it just so happened that most of us have just.
I love that. I love that. I love that, Rastayo. I love that. That is fantastic. You know, that is a sign. That's the ancestors. Carry on, carry on.
We just need to pay attention and follow suit with this evolution. The Sahel states, all right?
Oh
They
shit.
are doing exactly what should be
One,
done
one
in
second.
Africa.
1 second. 1 second. Uma, can you please go off and come back? I've been told to remove you by TikTok. Can you go out and come back in? He just told me to remove you. Go out and come back in, Uma. I can't believe this. I'll share the screenshot after. Thank you, Uma. Wow. You carry on, Raz. Carry on.
We just have to follow what the Sahel states are doing. We have to demand this
Mm.
literally by fire, by force, or any which way, or by any means necessary to follow
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I was checking the news. They just kicked out to Sweden. They gave them 72 hours to leave their country.
What?
They gave
What?
yes,
What? So they kicked out.
yes.
They kicked out Sweden. So wow.
Yeah, they gave them 72 hours to leave their country. This is the demand we need to start making in Africa. This is how I see things, all right? Africa is like a bus.
Yes.
But this bus has a lot of passengers.
Yes.
And it so happens that three-quarters of these passengers are foreigners
Mm.
inside this bus. And this bus is so happen that it's in a dilapidated condition, like destroyed, messed up. The seats are not functioning. The engine is not functioning. The whole bus is rumbling and tumbling, just barely making it down the road. But the foreign passengers refuse to get out of this bus. Now we need to take this bus to a shop to fix it.
Yes.
The first thing we need to do to take this bus to a shop is get all these passengers out of this bus. Every one of them.
Exactly.
Don't give a damn who you are or where you're going. Now, you know, like for Sierra Leone, I normally say we need to keep these Lebanese, the Indians, the
Yeah.
Palestinians, the
Yeah.
Pakistanis,
Yeah.
the British, the Americans, the
Yeah.
Swedish, the Belgians, the Chinese, and all others
Yeah.
out of the country. Then they ask me, well, where would these people go? Some of them have been here for. I said, when we had the war in Sierra Leone,
Mm-hmm.
it so happened none of them were around.
Mm-hmm.
They all found somewhere to go.
Yeah.
They disappeared and left us to unalive each other in the land.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then as soon as the war ended, all of a sudden they all reappeared from somewhere again and came back. So if you're asking me where are these people to go, when we had a crisis, they found somewhere to go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So wherever they went when we had the crisis is where we should demand they go now. We should not give a damn where they go. That's not our business. They are infiltrating our space, our progress, our prosperity, and these people are actually, I don't know what word if TikTok would accept the word I want to use, that they are doing to our lands.
No. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, our personal affairs in Africa, the things that they are doing. So I suggest for this revolution, all these people who are not part of us, whose ancestors and ancestry is not melanated, should live if we want to fix this bus.
Ashe.
All of them should go.
Ashe.
Look, Burkina Faso right now as we speak, they are building satellites to launch in space.
Ashe. Wow.
In 2.5 years, they
Wow.
can do the building nuclear plants. In 2.5 years, the Sahel states are building over 50 industries. In 2.5 years, they have organized and they have got one mindset. So when we be talking about the mindset comes with the leader. If you have one sheep leading 100 lions, you're gonna have 100 sheep lion. But if you have one lion leading 100 sheep, you will have serious leadership and movements going on when you have the right and correct leader. So the problem with us is our leaders are sleeping with the enemies.
Yes.
Collaborating with the enemy. That's why this boss refused to go to the garage. So even these leaders need to come down this bus too. Every single one of them, we the people, we are the ones who have to push this bus to take it to the garage and get this bus fixed. If we don't follow the Sahel states, every African country, we're not going to be able to go forward. In the case of South Africa, don't worry with them. When they see the rest of Africa kicking, the people who they are praising out, then they will have no choice but to wake up and follow suit. So we, the African people in the other parts of Africa that have the opportunity right now, need to try to take this bus to the shop. And the only way we can get this bus fixed is to get all the passengers out of this bus, out of Africa, with no fear and no favor. Look, I'm not holding back on this anymore.
No. No.
I'm not thinking that we should have human rights, thinking we should have this. We sanction ourselves from these Western organizations. What are we doing there?
No.
What benefits have we gotten from being members of these Western organizations? Besides pitching us against each other. Look at ECOWAS when we want to go fight the science states, but I dare them make that attempt.
No.
I dare them make that attempt. The ECOMOG who are gathering themselves right now to go to Sierra Leone to gather themselves so that they can go attack the Sahel states.
Hello? You there? Oh no. Are you there? Something's happened. Whoa. Can you hear me? Are you there? Oh, live is paused. Something's happened. Okay, whilst he's waiting, Craig Bell, I know you're there. I'll probably bring you in. Okay.
Right here.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm right here.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
So what I'm saying is, let us just follow the principles of the Sahel states. They have given us a blueprint.
Fantastic.
The only way
Fantastic.
we can go forward is to kick the infiltrators that are in our personal affairs out. The last ECOWAS meeting, it was 3/4 whitey people in Economic Community of West Africa.
Yes.
What are whitey people doing
Yeah.
in our meeting?
Yes.
Eh?
Yes.
These people are the problem that we have, and they are the ones who are fine-tuning. I use the word fine-tuning
Yeah.
our leaders through this education. Because PhD to me simply means pull him or her down. And it looks like if you don't have that pull him or her down degree, they don't allow you to be part of their governance or government or ruling system. And all of these leaders have this pull him or her down PhD, and they have masters. They follow the masters, and they are engineers. They are engineering the people to steal our resources and give it to the white people. That's what the leader of Burkina Faso said.
Yes.
We
He did.
have people in Africa, when the masters speak, they ask, what should we do, sir? We collect our resources and go keep it to the masters. When they want medical, they run to the masters. Everything they run to the masters. We don't have no masters anymore. We should realize that in Africa, that this boss belongs to us and don't belong to nobody. These people only care about one thing, it's what's under our feet, our natural resources. And these resources does not belong to nobody, it belongs to us in Africa.
That's correct.
And if we don't utilize these resources, we are not going to go nowhere.
Exactly.
So if we allow these people to continue to do what they are doing with impunity in Africa, we're not going to go forward. We should kick them out. From
Wow.
wherever state you are, from wherever country you are, we should start advocating that these people are the elephants in the room. And
Wow.
the room is not big enough to hold them. So let them clear out, let them go, let them go. We need to start preaching that they go with everything. We don't absolutely need nothing from these people because we can do things by ourselves, for ourselves, and with ourselves. We are creative people, we are powerful people, but they
Yes.
have belittled our integrity to paper.
Yes.
Everything right now is dependent on paper. Paper money, paper degree, paper to live in Babylon, paper to fly, paper for what is this paper done for us? What has this paper done for us in Africa?
Yeah.
Nothing. It has just brought misery after misery after misery. So let them go with their paper. And we take hold of our natural resources. They say
true.
learning is better than silver and gold. We have the educated people. We've learned all what they've taught us. We've read all their books. We have regurgitated it back to back and given it to them. And
Yes.
we came first in all their examinations. What benefits did we get?
Yes.
Absolutely
Nothing.
Zero. We are not going forward with all this paper that we have got from these people. Can't we just focus on our own resources right now? Let us start passing this message.
Yes.
The revolution is we need to point the finger exactly where the finger needs to be pointed. Now these people are infiltrating our lands and they are taking our resources and they are leaving us paupers and beggars. Let them go. Is all I'm saying.
Thank
And
you.
when they leave, we can handle our business by ourselves. It's not easy to be able to do something when somebody is breathing over your,
Yeah. Exactly.
over your shoulder.
Exactly.
I'm telling you what to do, when to do, and how to do. And you're scared if you don't do what they say,
Yes, exactly. Thank
Because
you.
when somebody else is whispering in your ear, it's not easy to think properly.
No.
And they keep whispering in
And-
our ears, in our
Mm,
ears, in our leaders'
mm,
ears. And that's
mm.
why we are not going forward. We keep listening to these people. And we don't have no benefits. They must go.
Wow.
We can beat around the bush however we want. We can bring up all the little factions and points however we want. As long as these people are in our personal affairs, we are going to continue to have this discussion after discussion. 5 years from now, we'll still be on TikTok talking the same thing.
I
About
hope
this,
not.
about that.
Wow.
But if these people leave, we will be talking something different in 5 years from now.
Ashe.
See
Wow.
the Sahel states back again in my conclusion.
Yes.
They don't even need 5 years. They've only been there for 2 years, 3.5 months.
Yes.
And you see the progress that these people have made
Yes.
when they are kicking out the West,
Yes.
kicking out France, kicking out America,
Ashe.
kicking out everybody. We see how they are going forward.
Yes.
That's what we should adopt in the whole of Africa. Kick them out.
Ashe. Thank you. Raz, wow. You brought that fire today, that's for sure. Applause everyone. Let us wow. Wow. King has spoken. Thank you. This is what we need. We need to hear kind of please gifts towards Arastayo, please. Don't just listen. We are here. People are spending time and money and time and effort on the data and all that. Let's show our appreciation. Like this platform, let the likes go up and gifts as well to both the panelists. It's really important that what Raz just said now. You can't buy it. You won't hear it on the mainstream media, but you will hear it here. He's saying that we need to take control on our continent, and that is so. We kick out all of these people. So Raz, big thank you for your comments here. Please, everybody, show our appreciation to Raz and to everybody else who are talking on the platform now. Let me go to Craig Bell. He hasn't spoken at all. Then I will then go to George Washington. Craig Bell, go ahead. You've been waiting for some time. Thank you for waiting. Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate you guys. Again, thanks again for keeping this non-tribal, non-section, and non-religious platform.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I know a lot of people might, try to ding or knock on your head for being, straight up, being the middle and try to accommodate other people, but it is what it is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nobody's blameless, and when you do something and nobody blames you, it either means you do something right or do something wrong. Now, I'm not going to judge, but opinion is like a pocket. Everybody has their own, and I think you're doing well.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
So, I think Rastatayo, said a whole lot of things, like we say in Jamaica, bigger, for what we are talking about,
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people said a whole lot of good things, no doubt about it. But the thing we're trying to understand here is that Africa is not working. It's not working because we don't have people or resources. It's not working because the people we collectively give our power has failed us. Like Tayo said, and I like the analogy you used with the bus. The bus is rickety. The bus is dilapidated. The bus is not riding well. And the drivers of this bus are also.
Oh, network. Are you there?
What are we gonna
Okay.
do?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Say
Yes.
something. Are you there? What are we gonna do? Yeah, I'm here. Say something. Are you there? What are we gonna do? Yeah, I'm here. Say something.
Whoa. Hang on. Something's happened. I don't know what's happened here. 1 second. Can you hear me?
I don't know what's happened here. 1 second. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, but I'm still here for you.
Okay. I don't know what's happened. Whoa. Let me see if I can move myself into. I'll mute myself. Oh my goodness. Mute. Okay.
A lot of times if they pull their screen down and then pull it back up, it'll stop the echo or drop and come back.
Ah.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll drop the screen down and come back and see if that works. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Okay, I'm back now. Can you hear me? Craig Bell, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Craig Bell, can you hear me now? Yes, loud and clear. Can you hear me? But you know, let me go down. Come back again. Let me go down. Come back again.
Yeah. Yeah. 1 second. 1 second. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Okay. Can you all hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, I think it was his end. He's gonna come back in. I'll bring him back because he's talking about something very important. I hope he can join me. It's Craig Bell. I'm hoping he'll come back in. So I'm looking for him. Craig Bell, throw me an invite and I'll bring you back. Meanwhile, whilst I'm waiting for that, I'm not okay. I am Raymond. I'm gonna George Washington. Oh shoot, there's George Washington here. Okay, Raymond, go ahead. Give me one. Can you? I'll give you 2 minutes. Then I'll bring George Washington in. Whilst I'm waiting for Craig Bell. Go ahead. You have to unmute yourself though. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Raymond, I am Raymond. Unmute yourself.
You hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, 2 minutes.
The only thing I can bring to the table is this. You talk about finding a solution, and the only thing that we should be talking about is finding a solution. You talk about educating the community and doing a lot of things. All I want to say is that I build website for a lot of people.
Okay.
If you guys need a website to inform the community where people can go and find information and download information or learn about constitution or what we should be doing, I can build all of these.
Fantastic.
If you guys want me to do it, it's only just to go to my page and just send me, okay, Raymond, we want you to build this. I can build that as a solution whereby people can go and find information that is more important to what is actually happening in the society. Because a lot of people that we're talking about, people don't have time. They have time, but they might not have time to be on TikTok, or they can go to the website and read information and download it to their hand. I can build the website from beginning to the end. If you want people to donate on the website, I can also add those in functionality.
Okay.
If you want people to learn about every community, even languages, I can
Yeah.
put everything on the website
Okay.
for people to see what is actually going on
Okay.
in the world and follow suit. That's
Okay.
all I got to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you for your comments there. I appreciate that. Yeah, and we always need that. And we'll be in touch. I'm going to be in touch with Raymond in the back end, and we'll have some discussions because I have a website already, but I obviously want it to be working and functioning. So there's something we can discuss around that. So that's not a problem. Let me just see if I've got Craig Bell. Whilst we're waiting for Craig Bell to come back, George Washington, let's hear from you. Then we'll go to Danny afterwards if Craig Bell doesn't come back. George Washington, it's a pleasure to have you. What would you like to say? Let's hear from you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, mostly. I was listening to the conversation. I heard many points. First and foremost, I'm an African American that currently lives in South Africa. I'm
Okay.
in America at the moment, but South Africa is my home.
Okay.
And one of the brothers earlier spoke on, that South Africans don't get it. South Africans this and that. And one thing I've noticed is that, like any place in the world, there's going to be bad apples that ruin the whole
Bunch.
batch type of thing.
Mhm.
And people are going to only see the negative things as it relates to just different countries in general. People can say Black Americans are xenophobic. People can say that Nigerians are. People can say that Kenyans are. I mean, if you go down the list, everyone has a story or a moment where a member of their community was less than perfect. And I think to hold a couple offenses, or even some, or even a few people online to determine the mindset of an entire country, I think is just irresponsible. And just speaking of, South Africa has the oldest Pan-African political party in the world, ANC, and ANC does rule South Africa. So that should tell everything they need to know. Also, Pan-African Congress, which is one of the second oldest parties in the world, it is over land reform in South Africa. So, a lot of people say, oh, they don't have the land, there's no land. Well, give it some time. One thing we have to realize is that this world runs on modern politics. It doesn't run on communalism like the old Africa does or did. And If it runs on modern politics, we have to trust the due process, especially if we're not protesting against it and we're standing for it. But to speak on politics specifically, first and foremost, we got to identify and embrace our common goals. And I'm speaking for the collective strength and the future of the African and diaspora standing together.
Yes.
Our economic empowerment is paramount.
Yep.
We need to promote trade, investments, economic cooperation, so that we can lay a foundation for our mutual prosperity. Equally, it is important that we foster our cultural exchange, which in a sort can bridge understanding and collaboration across these global communities that African people have. So, finding those commonalities, solidarity, and let's not forget the political influence that we have. Together, we can increase our representation and sway different global affairs if we stand together politically. So, to achieve these goals, we need like some type of policy platform. You know, hosting annual, biannual policy summits for African people where we can develop and redefine our unified agenda. Because one thing that we fell off of since the civil rights movement and the black consciousness movement is that unified agenda, that all of us are agreeing on something, that all of us have a common thought. That's why in the 60s, a bunch of us were becoming independent. Even black Americans got the civil rights bill in the 1960s. You know, a lot of countries became independent. Zambia, Ghana, Malawi, like I can go down the list. It's a lot of them who became free from direct colonial oppression. When we say, hey, there's colonial leaders in these countries, but also we need to establish think tanks that will provide research and advocacy to support our efforts, so that we can ensure that these policies are both informed and impactful. The biggest issue we got as black people is we love history. We know everything about history from the beginning of the book to the end, but we know nothing about the modern world we live in and the policies that are set before us to cause us to move and react in a certain way structurally. Then we have to leverage these nonprofits. Like, nonprofits play a crucial role in all of this, because we can form small coalitions, and these groups can amplify their voices and make greater impact. We have to encourage organizations on the continent and the diaspora to collaborate on policy advocacy and lobbying efforts. To this end, we can invest in like training programs that can equip these leaders and activists with skills that's needed to lobby more effectively. A lot of people don't like the idea of lobbying, but it allows us to be able to share resources and the best practices that can enhance our collective capacity to drive this change that we're looking for. And secondly, we got to engage in these political parties. I know a lot of us like politics don't work. Politics ain't helping us. But we know one thing that they want. The political people want money. That's all they want. In fact, America is not buying them for that much money because they only have one deal. The West. The West is the only deal, and now BRICS is going to be a deal, but they only have two deals. We got to be, as the diaspora, as the continental Africans, the African people, melanated, black, however you look at it, as the people who make the third deal with African countries, and then put policies and tell them, hey, we want you to put a policy in place that you got to pay all the miners a certain amount of money. You got to provide houses for the mining. You got to, like, we can give them instructions. And by building these alliances with these parties, we can identify and support these parties and candidates who champion policies that benefit both Africa and the diaspora. So by coordinating our lobbying efforts, we'll maximize our influence on policy at a national and international level. So additionally, like these grassroots or these nonprofits and their mobilization have to be essential to our liberation as African people. By organizing voters, registration drive, and mobilizing communities, we're going to ensure that our
Please.
Okay, hold on.
Excuse me for interrupting, but it's kind of like not what we're doing here.
I was just gonna say I wanted it to wind down. You're right, Vanna. George Washington, I needed to ask you a question. Quickly, how do you view that bare fact that in South Africa, a white South African gets $56,000 per capita, and a black South African gets $550 per capita, and the black population is 54 million. Now the white population is 12 million, and they are not originators of the country. That is the core issue. How do you deal with that? And what is your
Yeah.
solution to that?
Sure. So how you deal with it is it goes back to again lobbying to these political parties because these political parties are
Okay.
who control South Africa, not the people. The
Okay.
people vote for parliament, and parliament votes for a president. So unless you sway the decision of those who are members of parliament, which are the people that the people vote for, then you cannot sway the decisions of the cabinets and stuff like that.
Okay, let me just interject a little bit. Thank you very much for that, and thank you. I can see where you're talking about things from the point of view of a working system. You're talking about a system that would work in the same manner as it would in America. Now, in America, you could lobby, you could do that because the system is set up for that. Now, in Africa, I'm afraid the system is pretending that this lobby is going to function, but the majority of the people on ground don't even understand the constitution is written for them because it's not in their language. You have the Zulu language, you have many languages, and the many people in those communities don't understand what is written on paper for them. They only have to accept what they're told. They have been removed from that process, and that is why they are easy to continue to subjugate, oppress, and impose this kind of unjust financial per capita on them. So it's a little deeper than that. We need, it's in 54 African countries. We found that all of them have the same type of constitution in English, in French, in Portuguese, in 54 African countries. They are facing the same problems. So we need the knowledge to go into local languages to empower the people from within the communities. And that is what we are set out to do.
Right.
So,
Can I make a point on that?
yeah,
I
please.
like that you said that. Mainly because in South Africa they run on a socialist system. The government of South Africa, they're socialists. They're not. They don't run a democracy the same way everyone else does. In the same breath, I would consider them just based off of living there as being a Western country, not the typical African country. Prime example. I went to Zambia. Do you know what Zambia's old motto used to be? The real Africa. And they called it the real Africa because once you leave Botswana, Zimbabwe, Namibia, you kind of get a different feel. Like even the way people you get a lot less English and a lot more local language. But in South Africa, their textbooks are sometimes written in English. Well, most times written in Afrikaans.
There you
Very
go.
little things have been changed to Xhosa, Zulu, Tswana, Sepedi, so all these other countries. So I would say it's a little different than other African countries. That's why I'm thinking about it in the aspect of how a white world is ran. Because the system that was created for them, if you go to South Africa, they got ShopRite, Game, all their stores and all their brands are typically white-owned brands.
But look at the
owned by Massmart, which is Walmart.
But
So-
look at the sprawling community of blacks who are living in shanty towns that they don't have running water, they don't have a toilet, they don't have schools, they live in there's no support system. It's crime ridden. It's designed that way, and the people are not able to engage in this political process because half of them don't understand. For starters, on the African continent, the language that should be spoken shouldn't be English or Afrikaans. It should be African language. That is the point we're trying to make. The currency systems again. How is it that in the whole of Africa, the currency system is created from outside of Africa and imposed on Africans? So there is a lot more to this structure than that. I get where you're coming from, in some certain respects. But what we really are saying here is that in Africa, we need to do what will work in Africa. In essence, democracy as it currently stands can never work in Africa because it's designed to hold us back. And actually, the more you put into it, the less we, by experience, have gotten out of democracy in the whole of Africa. Look at in Kenya, in Kenya, protest. In Nigeria, protest. In Uganda, protest. In Liberia, protest. In Gambia, protest. So on and so forth. This is telling us that this thing that we call democracy is not a model that actually works for Africa. When you think about the previous kingdoms that were running, that those who came with the colonialism they saw a working Africa. They saw Benin Kingdom that had the first light that lit up entire capital nation at night. This is in Africa. So we need to really look at those things. But I'm not outright rejecting what you're saying, but I'm thinking we have to make sure the people's voices are heard in that way. So I don't know. Does that make any sense to you? I guess we have to research that.
It makes complete sense. Like I said, because I've been to multiple African countries, I've been able to see just different infrastructure. Like in Tanzania, they only speak Swahili. Like you very rarely run into people who speak English. And Tanzania is considered like like Swahili land. So pretty much that's the mecca of Swahili. So people speaking it more as the language of currency in East Africa. But in the southern region, just due to the history of colonialism in the southern region, it just so happens that they all speak English. I mean, Southwest South Africa was Namibia, which was once part of South Africa. Botswanaland was once like a middle passage in between Zambia and South Africa. And, you know, when it was called Rhodesia, they spoke English. So we're dealing with people who have been exposed to multiple languages over these histories, and really they just speak what gets them by at the time. Prime example, when you go to the village, they're not going to speak English at all.
That's cool.
When you
There
go
you
to
go.
the city, which is the majority of the people at, they're going to speak English.
Exactly.
They're going to speak broken English. They're going to speak their vernacular culture and languages.
Yeah.
So I just think through the new government, through people, they're going through another identity thing where they're starting to get a little deeper into the black consciousness. Over time, I think these things have changed the same way they have in other countries.
One final question before I let you go, because I'm going to bring Danny next. What is your thought? Back in 1892, somebody's. Let me mute Tayo for a second. Tayo, mute yourself there for a second, please. I just want to be able to communicate with him. Tayo, can you mute yourself? Thank you. Okay. So back in 1892 or 1896, and let's just say between 1892 and 1897, they had this land reform act brought in by Cecil Rhodes, effectively taking the land belonging to Africans away from Africans. They gave 92% of the land belonging to Africans. They gave it to 70% of Europeans. And they put 92% of people to own only 8% of their land. Now, the generations and generations and generations after that, who are calling themselves Africans now, they are benefiting from generational wealth that was stolen from the Africans. And as we speak right now, in South Africa and other places like not Rhodesia, what's it called now? What's Rhodesia called now? Zambia and Zimbabwe. Those places, there are still a lot of land that have been taken away from the locals that hasn't been returned. So what we are saying, how do you view that? Is it not time for that to be addressed? Because the generations have been denied their right to the connection to their land and thereby the resources in it. That has not been addressed. And when you see the injustice of the 56,000 naira, $56,000 per capita for a South African white and the $550 per capita for black person, or 54 million of them, that just shows you injustice in the system. In fact, that's the clearest evidence that democracy can never work in Africa. So, what are your thoughts on that, just briefly, if you don't,
Yeah, sure. So, that's one of the biggest things that's talked about in South Africa, EFF, PAC, Patriotic Alliance. Like, so many people are talking about the land reform, or they call it the land question in South Africa. And what I've just noticed from being there is that they're in active works to get the land. But if they take it by force, I don't know if you remember, in the early 1900s, South Africa was removed from all the world games. Do you remember that? When they were banned from the Olympics, they were banned from everything, all because of apartheid, right? So they already have this image as the Republic of South Africa as being anti-foreigner, right? This is what carried on from then. There was a time that white South Africans or Afrikaners were coming to America saying that they were unaliving the farmers. So they're carrying on these memories and these lies that keep this image. So Nelson Mandela couldn't come in and just say, all of you got to go. That happened with Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe, and now you see the conditions of the Zimbabwe. You get rid of the person who builds the infrastructure, you're left with the infrastructure you don't know how to run. So I think it's important for us to learn first the infrastructure.
I disagree. Oh, well, George, it's real pleasure. We're going to have to continue this discussion again, because a lot more to what you said there. And I really enjoyed discussing with you, but I want to, only for time purposes, I want to get Danny to come in. But listen, I'm glad that we've exchanged ideas now, and I want to talk to you some more. But I'll bring Danny in. Thank you. Danny, thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
Good morning. Yeah, I don't mind waiting. And dang, he left. Oh my goodness. Oh man, I was gonna sit back and let you finish talking to him. I was really
No, he's here. He's here. He's here. He's still here. He's not gone.
Okay, especially since he's been on the continent. You
Yes.
know what I'm saying? Like I told you before, I haven't been on the continent. I just study it a lot.
Yeah.
And know that that's where I'm supposed to be.
Yes,
But
I
I was
share.
really enjoying hearing the backdrop of it, and I actually wanted to ask him a question.
Mm.
Did he think the way that Ibrahim Traore, you know I'm pronouncing that name right?
Ibrahim Traore. Yeah. Yeah, that's a yeah.
That he took over the coup or whatever they did to take over.
Mhm. It's not a coup. It's an intellectual realignment. Intellectual realignment. We're not going to use the word coup.
I'm talking about when he first came into power.
Yeah.
Didn't they overthrow somebody?
No, we call it intellectual realignment. They like to term it a coup. The reason.
I just wanted to say, like, would something like that work in South Africa?
Oh, I
Because
see.
it only seems that if you can go about a way to get the colonizer out, it seemed to me like from the outside looking in,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know all the political
Yeah, of course,
structure
of course.
it, so I was enjoying listening to him.
Yeah.
But it seems to me like he just went in there and was kind of like, we just not doing that no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what they say, how they say it, how they try to come back, what they try to give us. We not doing that no more.
Yeah.
Period.
That's it. That's it.
And
Yes.
to be working thus far.
Yes. I like that. Yes, yes.
That's what I'm trying to see. Like, can South Africa do something like that? Because it seems as though if you go and talk to the same parliament, the same government, you're gonna get the same results, like a dog chasing his tail.
You're right.
Insanity.
You're right. You're right.
I'm a land. I hope he's still here so he can answer me.
Yes.
I was really enjoying this conversation. And thanks for bringing me up.
No, okay, thank you. No. Danny, honestly, what you said there is so true, and I think it's the simplicity of it is that we just simply watch. It's very much like Rastayo said. We need to do exactly what they've done in the Alliance of Sahel States, and replicate that. Anybody impeding the development of Africans on the African continent must be kicked out. You know, like you said, the Alliance of Sahel States, they just kicked out Sweden. They gave them 72 hours to leave their country because they know that they're actually impeding their development by imposing something that's not working for the people. So that is an idea. I'm so glad that you, and the fact that you're in America and you can see this and you are calling for that, for Africans to look at that. It means that this is worldwide news. Now we know the mainstream are not going to carry this kind of news, but it is important that those of us who are keen to see Africa develop, that we support this kind of move. And I just like to say it is called intellectual realignment. We never use the word junta because you see, the reason why he interrupted was because he kept seeing in his country that the resources meant for his people was taken away by the same so-called corrupt democratic system, and nothing was done. Those who were carrying out those funds and looting it, they were getting away with it. So they said, you know what, we are going to put a stop to this and we're going to work for the people. And guess what? He's doing that. So, Danny, I'm really glad.
I saw that about he starting up a tomato plant.
Yes, there you go. Yes.
Again,
Yes.
I mean, it was how could you make a law for somebody that they was growing tomatoes at one point? Now you make this law that they can't grow tomatoes, and then they, whatever they have, got to be shipped to you, and then they got to come back and purchase it from you.
Yes.
What kind of mess is that?
Exactly.
Countries deal with that in Africa. It's a lot of countries that deal with those type of terrorists and laws. It's not just Burkina Faso. What he did was expose.
No. I'm just saying.
No, I get what you're saying. I was just letting it be clear. Yeah, that is bad. It's bad for all of us. I mean, Zambia had to ban selling maize to Congo all because there was a drought and because they're sending some of their maize to America and European countries.
Wow.
They banned it from going to Congo.
Wow.
And people don't even know that. They think South Africa's the worst. Oh, trust me, brother. Listen, being in these other countries, I dig into the politics.
Good.
And I've learned that
Good.
it's a lot going on that isn't even in the media. And
That's
unless
it.
you're watching those news channels, you would never know. I mean, but Zambia doing similar behavior. I mean, they created a hydro plant with a loan from the Chinese. The Chinese only put up 1.3 billion.
Yes.
1.7 billion. Now imagine the diaspora could have paid for that power plant, that hydro plant. And the moment that Zambia couldn't make a payment, they shut the entire plant down.
Well, this is where I talk about. I'm so glad you talked about that, George Washington. George, I will say this: we are looking at and we're envisaging. That's why we're supporting the Alliance of Sahel States. They are creating a financial structure that is independent of the West, independent of any other structure, because it's tied to, for the first time, our resources will be tied to our currency. That is what Gaddafi wanted to do, and we are definitely in support of that. Those countries who are coming with this World Bank and IMF and all of that, they are only coming with paper. They're not coming with any hard, no resources behind backing any of the currencies. But they are coming to take the resources of Africa. So we need to make sure that we have a totally independent financial structure that is actually going to feed and actually make sure that our we can trade first and foremost among Africans freely, because Africans are not free to trade among themselves. There are so many restrictions. If you are French speaking, you can't trade with English speaking, and all of this stuff. And you have to go through certain routes. You have to go, if you're going to be French, French speaking countries have to go through France before you can trade with an African country. I mean, that's ridiculous on the continent. These are constraints that they've used to actually hold us down. So we are advocating for Africa has to have entire, to have an entire free system, from its infrastructures to its military, to its education, to its finances and banking, and to in terms of vaccines and research and development, all areas. Even psychological education and those kind of things. Very, very important that we do all of these things, because for too long a negative projection has been portrayed, have been projected to Africa, and we've been force fed with that to accept that of ourselves. We say no more. So we are pushing back now, and it's not just the Gen Zs are not going to accept this. I can tell you that for nothing. Whoever is watching, whoever is trying to monitor this, they cannot. Zaza, let me bring you on. So somebody wants to talk briefly. Okay, Zaza, I'll bring you in, and you can have a quick chat. Yeah, go ahead, George. So then I'll.
Danny, to answer your question, I'm going to say what happened in the Sahel region. I don't think no country in Africa got that type of energy. I don't think any of them at the moment are in a position where they will do that. That's why the leaders that are still in power are in power. I mean, Ramaphosa is still in power. Kenya's president, they did all that. He's still in power. I mean, we can go down the list. President Kagame, he's still in power. The president of Congo, he's still in power. In fact, before Ibrahim Toure threw an entire coup, he had to throw a coup to get a dictator who threw a coup out of power. So it was like he had to match the energy that the person ahead of him gave. Like he had to overthrow the country. Now, speaking of South Africa, they just created something called the Government of National Unity. For the very first time in the history of South Africa, there's more parties than just the ANC in power. The ANC has become a dictatorship in South Africa.
Yeah,
they have now went from 67% of the votes to 38% of the votes.
Yeah.
Which means that the people are waking up and they're saying, hey, you're making our country worse. And then a party that never existed, what is it called? Nkodo Sizwe, which is the MK.
Yes.
They now became the third most powerful party in 6 months because the people say, hey, Jacob Zuma, he opened the borders. He made the borders visa free. We want him to be president. He made historically black universities in South Africa. We want him to be the president. And now EFF's even his guy, because now Julius Malema has kind of fell off the original goal. And he has went from he changed it. He went from a nationalist to a Pan-Africanist, which is okay. But Pan-Africanists cannot run African countries because they're a nation. Nations should be ran by nationalists who put their country first, but also a Pan-Africanist to unite with other African countries. So I just say, in South Africa, it's happening faster than any of the other countries because the party that's been a dictatorship has now lost power. All the power they had, they only got 38% of it now.
Wow.
And I just say that's a great change to begin with, and it only can get better. And if it doesn't, that's something we address 5 years from now.
Okay, thank you very much for that, George. By the way, I don't buy that Alliance of Sahel are Islamists. No, they're not. There's a lot more. Somebody still said they're Islamists. They're not. Let me.
That's Rashka.
Yes, I know.
I want to say something real quick.
Yeah.
First of all, I love the Power Three. I don't care what nobody says. Those people are wonderful.
That's
and
correct.
They are for their people.
Exactly.
So that's a wonderful thing. I don't care what religion they are. They're
Exactly.
for the people.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's number one.
Mhm.
Number two, the word Democrats or democracy is thrown around a lot.
Yeah.
But really, I live in a country where there's a democracy, and I don't really know what a parliament is because we don't have a parliament here. So we do have a president, but we don't have a parliament here. So somehow or another, mixing a parliament, which I know they do in another country,
Yeah.
with a president
Yeah.
that we have in this country, but
Yeah.
the parliament people have a king or a queen or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway, I know they're different.
Mm-hmm.
So how can you put the two together and call it a democracy?
Well, there you go. It's a deliberate ploy to cause to diffuse and dilute and weaken and make it not function, and that's exactly the plan that is in place. So you ask a
So
very
maybe
valid
it
point.
needs a new name because, like I said,
Yeah.
I don't know what parliament is or does. I
It's
just know that that's not what goes on
yeah.
in the country where I live,
Yeah.
where there is a democracy.
Yeah. I mean,
George, and I want to say to George because I
Mhm.
been following George around for a long
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
So the only things I know about SA are the things that I hear in the groups that are from South SA and from George.
Yeah.
Because George been all over the place.
So yeah.
I've been talking about getting there too.
Good.
So thank you, George, for
Yeah.
enlightening us
Yes.
and letting us know. I think it was you, Danny, that talked about the food. You can't plant your own food.
Yeah.
It's got to go somewhere else and come back to you to buy it. That is the most ridiculous thing that I have ever heard.
Yeah. It's not no.
What leader would allow that to happen?
No.
Bobblehead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So them bobbleheads calling themselves running a democracy when they
Yeah.
really bobbleheads.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna stop calling that democracy. We'll call it bobblehead.
Exactly.
Bobblehead.
Yeah.
That won't let your own people eat.
Yeah. It's not on. It's not
And
on.
then turn around and talk about a democracy.
No.
That is not a democracy. Nobody would ever do that here in the USA.
Exactly.
Tell me I can't grow tomatoes and eat them.
Yeah. No.
That's absurd.
Yeah.
Where 90% of African countries deal with the same things, but just different.
Exactly.
Whether corn,
Exactly.
celery,
Yeah.
carrots. It don't matter. They've made it where we can grow for the whole entire earth.
Yeah.
We just can't grow for ourselves.
Exactly, and this is what we need. That's why we have to change all this narrative and this system. Thanks for raising that. And agriculture is we need that. We're the most fertile land in the world, and we're not being allowed to grow now. And that's why those people they gotta go. We need to take our land back and do what we need to do to support ourselves and others if they so wish. Thank you very much for that, Linda and George.
I want to thank Janet for the new name of the type of government they're
Yeah.
running. Because I'm
Bubbleheads. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that name as well. Bubbleheads. Yeah, I like that. That's a new term for them. Thank you. Let me go to Zaza because they've not spoken. Then Zaza, go ahead. Let's hear from you.
Very well. Yeah, you're speaking to Zaza. Yeah, I'm in South Africa.
Fantastic. Yes, let's hear from you. Great.
I was born in South Africa. Yeah, I was born in the 60s. So
Okay.
I live half of my life under apartheid and the other half under the ANC government.
Okay. Okay.
I'm a freedom fighter.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic, Zaza.
Yeah,
Great.
So I grew up in, to give you, I grew up in Pretoria
Mm-hmm.
in a township called Ridgeville.
Mm-hmm.
If you see Chief Justice Monseneg, I think was there on the IEC panel for Israel.
Mhm.
Was one of the two.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
yeah, I was a student activist.
Okay. Wow. So you are.
IEC,
So you in the 70s and 80s, in the 70s and 80s when the rhodesia when the government was when they were very chasing people around and all, you were in those riots.
It was us. South Africa was liberated by the people. It's bigger than the ANC.
Ashe.
Bigger than the ANC. Belongs to the people. That's why it's even easy today to take the ANC out of power
Okay.
and take control of the political situation in South Africa.
Mm.
You see, the
Can
Yeah.
I ask you a question?
Zaza, they want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Go ahead, Danny, quickly.
Can I ask you a question? When you say you took back South Africa and it was liberated, what exactly does that mean? When we see all the suffering of the people, what does that actually mean? What does that look like?
Yeah, very beautiful. My sister, when I opened my gambit, was South Africa was liberated by the people, not the ANC.
Okay.
The ANC was given a privilege.
Okay.
Because the ANC is us, we build the ANC.
What does it look like? That's the question. When I hear you say
And the struggle of South Africa is beyond.
Yeah. Let him finish.
The struggle of the ANC is beyond of South Africa. The ANC was formed in 1912.
Okay.
And whites came in South Africa in 1652. You see, the same time black Americans were taken, sold in slavery. That's when the white people, the Afrikaners, and
White
the
tea.
French landed in the Cape Colony. So for 300 years, that's why, there was a culture, heritage, and more especially patriotism. What the NC did now, the people were taking back their country, their blood, their sacrifices.
Okay.
Because the NC didn't fulfill what the people wanted.
Okay. So the ANC failed the people.
Definitely. Not the NC failed people. We are the NC, we voted for the NC. We failed ourselves.
Okay.
And
Okay.
now we have to use to choose two things. There's South Africa as a country, our land, our inheritance, our heritage, our children's traditions, our future generations. It's very precious. You see. And there's a political party we call the ANC of Mandela.
Okay. Okay.
I'll tell you more about the ANC. When we went to prison, we are the ones who said release Mandela
Okay.
and ban the ANC. We went to hunger strike. We were taken to prison in Johannesburg, prison 1987. I was 15 years old. We went for a hunger strike for 3 months. Joburg, Pretoria, Cape Town, Port Elizabeth students were all over the street, all over Port Street. They put us in prison. When we went to prison, we refused to eat. They took us to hospital, forced us with drips and all that. We were the last thing kicked now, release Mandela. And then the NC. When you were seeing it in the 70s, 80s, up to 90s, we are on the ground there. You see?
Tell me something, my brother. I understand the story and thank you for sharing that with us. What I want to know is how is there is something that I wanted to ask particularly. Let me read this to you. 7 million Europeans who claim to be South Africans. They control 93% of the South African economy, which means that they earn 56,000 income per capita every year, whereas black Africans like yourselves, you earn 54 million of you earn just $550 per year. How does that make you feel, and what are you prepared to do to change that?
Very good. It's a very beautiful question. There was a brother here who came before and talked about responsibility and infrastructure. I'm an engineer
Yes.
by profession.
Yes.
I studied at Wits University. I went to Wits University during Apartheid. In 1987, I had to write a letter to the Minister of Education, which was declared. Because I was supposed to go to University of Zululand, but Wits was a white liberal university, sort of your Yale, Yale, Stanford, East Coast, elite universities accepted us there. So what happened is this now, and you must listen carefully. You say, why is the land so much into this?
Yes.
It's not like when you build a country, build an infrastructure, you build your educational infrastructure, health infrastructure, financial infrastructure, political stability. And when you build them, you maintain them. You maintain them. You must make sure that when you take over power, you have people to maintain the freeways. For people to maintain that there's medication in hospital, the theaters are working. That's how you build a country.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
build it by saying 90% of South African students who are born very poor are able to go to University of Cape Town.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the government has afforded that. 90% of South Africans with their oncology cancer, stage 4, are able to get cancer treatment in the South African hospital. 90% of South Africans are able to open a tap in their in-house and get water. Are able to switch on the light, make sure that the light is on. That's how you build a nation.
Okay. But how do you solve the problem of the inequality? How do you?
We did no. That is more than equality. So the land part of it, the economy of South Africa is not structured like economy of Nigeria. Let me tell you one thing.
Okay.
And you cannot compare the two.
Nobody's comparing the two. No. No, we're not comparing the two at all.
Infrastructure of South Africa is a European infrastructure. It's a first world infrastructure. And for the reason that it did not collapse from 1990 when it took over until now, 30 years, it's because there's black graduates there, there's black expertise, and there's patriotism. You know, we are faced with to make sure. Remember, South Africa's got a nuclear reactor, nuclear facility. You can uranium. You can process uranium in South Africa. And the engineers that are working there are black engineers.
I understand that.
That we were able to hold the 2010 World Cup and everything. We can hold even the Olympics tomorrow. It's because of black expertise that are running the system of South Africa.
Okay.
And those blacks and the Nigerians must learn from that. Because the Nigerians are not pulling themselves up in the world.
Okay.
Nigerians are doing a better.
Hold on. Zaza. Hold on. Zaza, I will talk about. I'm happy to talk about Nigeria at another point. The thing is, right now, we are looking at what is happening in South Africa and the fact that a lot of people are in poverty. I understand, that you can pick one or two people out, but the injustice is glaring. That's what I mean. I don't mean to.
What is happening in South Africa? We went to the polls. 29 May 2024, we went to the votes. Let me go into the political landscape now. We went to the votes. And when we voted, the ANC had 57% national. We don't vote for direct presidents in South Africa. We vote for the party. The party elects the leader.
Okay.
Like British sort of.
Yeah.
There's no presidential. So when we went to the vote, ANC had 57%.
Okay.
And the whites, but it's not black and white. Let me say the Jewish. South Africa is a Jewish state. There's about 400,000 Jews in South Africa. So nonetheless, it's another thing. So when we went to the votes, majority of people who are voting are blacks.
Okay.
So black South African has to choose between the ANC and the country.
Yeah.
Because if the ANC wins, South Africa was going to collapse.
Okay.
Yeah, it's our land. There's one thing about this. We're patriotic. We can be able to punch the numbers and see that, what, if it goes this way,
Okay.
So you have to choose as a person for the future generation.
Just
Their generation and their generation. So what we did, it was a coup d'etat.
Okay.
We took the ANC from 57%, we put them to 40.
Yeah.
We cut 17% point.
Okay.
And in South Africa, you can only make laws when you've got 50 plus 1.
Yeah. Okay.
So we cut them down to 40. We cut EFF is there anyway. So So what is happening in South Africa is nationalism. And
Okay.
I'm telling those who are in the diaspora that the 1990 project World Order is coming to an end. Natives are taking over now.
Okay. Okay. So okay, that sounds
It's happening
interesting.
in Britain. It's happening in South Africa. Remember, Mandela was the project of the World Order, globalization.
Okay, now I get it.
Cut that thing. Yeah, we've cut that thing in South Africa. South Africa is a global player. So when South Africa sneezes, Africa catches flu.
Yeah. So
And the people
okay.
that sneeze now.
Okay.
See this Chidema thing.
And can I just say this real quick because he may not have noticed the time.
Yeah. We got 50. You got 30 minutes. Yeah. It's taking a long time. That's why I wanted to say we can wrap up. But listen.
Any questions, maybe?
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll stop for now. But thank you very much for that, Zaza. And it's interesting. Thank you. I'll let me pause you for a minute. I wanted to just ask other people because Uma wanted to come back in. And let me go to Raz now. Based on what? Sorry. Yeah. Vanna. Did you say something, Vanna? Okay. Let me go to Raz. Raz, are you there? Do you want to speak? Add something more because you said something very interesting earlier on, but I wanted to just bring it into discussion. Raz, can you say something to us? Are you there? He may be away. Raz, can you hear me? Raz. Oh, sorry. Raz, can you hear me? Okay, he's not there. Okay, let me just say something. I am glad to hear what Zaza said at the end, which was that the order created under Mandela is coming to an end. Now, I know it took a long time for him to get to that discussion, but that's his way of speaking, and that's okay. We have to accommodate that, and I got the message. I was not too sure at the beginning, but as he was talking on, I began to understood. So we have to give each other time. So Zaza, I'm grateful for you explaining that. We may have some questions for you, and if anybody has questions, of course, asking Waz is here now. Let me say, Uma, are you there? Whilst I'm waiting for us, do you want to chip in, Uma? Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, yes, go ahead. So,
Yes, I mean, what Zaza just said is cool. You know, that would be good if South Africans get back their land.
exactly.
Get back their land, but at this point, we're really addressing a serious issue as to where, I mean, even if it's happening in every other society, we're addressing what is going on in South Africa, how they're treating black people. I'm not worried about infrastructure. They didn't do none of that. The white man did all that.
Yeah.
So the white man is still there.
Yeah.
So why would I be worried about what they built?
No.
I mean, that is for them. So if the system is favoring you and you want to speak about the system, thank you. God bless you. That's your business.
Yeah.
But we are addressing a situation where these people don't like their fellow people. And speaking about the ANC was sponsored by the Chinese this last election. So what is the Chinese folks doing in your election? So they even have banners and flyers in Chinese language in South Africa. So let's not sit here and act like these people doing better for themselves. They are not. I don't care about the infrastructure. A lot of countries came together during apartheid. You could Google it. A lot of South Africans were sent over to Nigeria. You could Google that. I mean, you people also fought for your freedom, yes, but it was some paperwork that let people let you go. So just don't show up online and act as if, you know, you people. Of course, the people gonna fight. Y'all had hunger strikes. Nigeria, for example, I'm not gonna speak for anybody. Nigeria sent foods, aids, money, all that. Nigeria paid for your independence, basically. So you can't tell me from that time to now, y'all just forgot about everything. Now everybody want to be a nationalist. How did we get here acting like we're nationalists? If you were so-called a nationalist, there would be nobody in your country but South Africans. There would be no Dutch people that's been there since the 1600s. That would never count. So all I'm saying is these people are fond of their masters. Simple, point blank, period. You cannot convince them. They romanticize their Come on now, you seriously talking about the infrastructure. how much of that infrastructure is benefiting the regular South African that is in the
That's
ghetto?
that's the question that I've
So
yeah, that's
for
the one
me,
area. Yeah.
I don't care. It's the same system. Until they leave, then I will believe it. Until then, I don't.
Infrastructure in South Africa, how it's fractured. Let's take Soweto for instance. Soweto's got 1.5, say 2 million people. Right?
Okay.
Google Soweto. Soweto has got more tourists than Nigeria. Tourism sector. Listen now, listen. I'm not finished now. We're talking infrastructure. Right? And I was telling you who sustains South Africa today is the black engineers and black graduates in South Africa. Because there's no white man there in government. The white men are running the private sector.
But the private sector is sucking the wealth of your nation.
No,
It is
listen,
sucking the wealth of your nation. I've given you the stats to back it up. The
listen. So
56,000 per capita.
What is happening with the infrastructure? Baragwanath Hospital in Soweto is the biggest hospital in South Africa since 1960.
I get that. I get that. We're not arguing about that, honestly.
Even today, it's got a neurosurgical
Okay. Okay.
African unit.
Zaza, hold on.
I'm telling you what we're doing.
I hear you, Zaza.
White people will leave you with the system, and if you break it and don't maintain it,
No, that's not the no. Zaza, no. Sorry. 1 second. Zaza, hold on, please. Zaza, we're gonna have to I have to mute you. Let me go somewhere else. Zaza, we are free to please don't. That is a mental. That is. Oh, I am so sorry. I can't believe that you said that. I,
These people have been mentally
oh
compromised.
my goodness me, Zaza, I am so disappointed. You can't look. We can run things. Look at what is happening in Burkina Faso. Look at what is happening in Mali. Look at what is happening in Niger. They are feeding their people. They're giving them jobs. So don't this idea of if we run it, if we break it. No, don't. That is a colonial message. I cannot share that on this platform. And I'm Zaza. Oh my goodness. Oh,
the question I was trying to ask him earlier.
This is how the typical.
West
This is what.
African solutions cannot work
oh,
in South Africa.
okay, okay. Zaza, I disagree. We're talking about Africa wide. Zaza, we cannot allow colonial thinking to pervade our mind on the African continent. And I'm not going to say any more than that. Let's move on to melanated Ovezo Owoba. Yeah,
I want to ask Zaza to stop unmuting himself.
yeah,
We heard you the first three
yeah,
times.
yeah.
Now
So,
we're going to move on, okay, Zaza?
yeah,
Speaking next, please.
yeah,
Stop unmuting, Zaza.
yeah,
Stop it.
yeah. Please. Okay, now Raz, are you there? If not, I'll bring melanated Ovenzoba. Okay, Raz. Okay, I called you earlier, but you weren't able to answer. Okay, what would you like to add? Just briefly, then I'll bring in melanated Ovenzoba. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, and like you were telling the brother, the problem we have is the colonial thinking, the
Mm-hmm.
colonial system,
Oh,
the colonial ways, the imperialist ways. That is not working for Africa.
no,
It is
no.
just making us believe. It's just belittling our integrity.
Yes.
You know, by following somebody else's ideology.
Mm.
This is why we cannot uphold, upkeep, and even maintain our unity towards ourselves because some
No.
people already have the colonial
Oh my goodness
mindset.
me.
Like everybody think that the religion is the way. Everybody think that their education is the way. Everybody think that their democracy
Is
is
the
the way.
way.
Everybody think that their system and their way of doing things is the way. Well, if that is the way, well, what is the benefit that the planet is getting today from that way?
Oh, I was shocked when
The planet crying today because of
yeah,
their ways.
yeah.
And that way is what they are trying to implement on us in Africa from day one. And we have a lot of countries that applied that way. And how has it benefited us?
Yeah. Wow.
What has it done for the people?
Wow.
The majority of us, as soon as we learn ABC,
Yeah. Yeah.
You will never beat them. We will never be part of them.
No.
Why can't we implement our own us
Exactly. Exactly.
and do it for us?
That's it. That's it.
Where it is done by us.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is the true way of the living.
Yeah. Yeah.
The democracy that we have been following has not been working for us.
Exactly. Exactly.
Out of the 54 countries in Africa, I can tell you, 46 cannot produce light
Electricity.
effectively.
Exactly.
46 cannot produce water effectively. 46 cannot produce jobs effectively.
Exactly. Exactly.
46 cannot produce a constant, serious educational system that would benefit the people for the earth and their surroundings to utilize what's around them. 46 cannot do that. Why? What are those 46 countries?
Exactly.
They are all democratical.
Yes. Yes.
All these democracy countries cannot do absolutely nothing for the people of Africa.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's when we go back to the Sahel states. They have given us the blueprint.
Exactly.
You follow democracy, you fail.
Exactly.
You don't follow democracy, you succeed.
Seed. Simple. Simple.
You do it the democratical way, you fail.
Yes.
You do it the other revolutionary way, you succeed.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
It is as simple. If you do it the democratic way, you can't feed your people.
No.
If you do it the revolutionary way, you feed
Feed
your
your people. Exactly.
You create jobs for your people. You create opportunities. 954,000 Burkina Faso people have returned home from the West.
Exactly. What? 600. 900. Wow. Wow. 954,000. Wow. Wow.
You can look it up.
Yeah.
Because they are creating opportunities and jobs and a better way of living
Exactly.
for the people.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Raz. Thank you. Let me thank you so much for that, Raz.
Can I say something?
Yeah, yeah. Then Danny wants to chip in as well, so go ahead. Then go ahead. Then I'll bring my
Melanated hasn't spoken
yeah,
yet.
melanated. Sorry, melanated has to speak. Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay, then I'll wait.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bernard. Melanated. Thank you for waiting. So go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me, people. I think it's it's saddening when we hear some of our brothers from South Africa.
Yeah.
When we hear them speak, some of our sisters from South Africa, when we hear them speak. I have used almost half part of my life until date to promote Africanism, both within Africa and in
Outside.
the diaspora. Because anyone that is melanated to me is a brother, sister, an African, and I feel that we need to unite and be one. But when we see the things, the reports that are coming out from South Africa, it didn't just start today. It's really, really disheartening, and I really hope that our South African brothers and sisters that they really wake up. And I think what is more appalling, or what appalls me the more, is when most of them come to defend this depravity, when they come to defend these abhorrent things that are happening there, or trying to live in denial, like the brother who just spoke, Zaza.
Yeah.
You see, Zaza said a lot of inaccurate things. I don't know if he was just talking because he just wanted to hear his voice, or he really feels that people are dumb, that we have no knowledge of what's happening. Reports actually from Stats SA indicate that the white population in South Africa, I mean, you can look it up.
Yeah.
Stats SA, I think that's your country's. It's the Department of Statistics in South Africa. That the white population, which is about 7.9%,
Exactly.
they control more than 70% of the country's wealth.
There you go. I just did. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. This is not me saying this. This is
In
stats.
that's yes.
And there's something they call Gini coefficient, right? This report also states that South Africa is one of the highest, if not the highest, Gini coefficient globally, right? The inequality rates in South Africa when it comes to what we're talking about is 0.63.
Oh my gosh.
You can Google this also. That is between I mean, is it not preposterous when you say that the black control all these things, and when we look at the statistics, it
Yes.
tells otherwise. I
Otherwise.
think it is disingenuous. Maybe there's something you are not telling us, or you are just probably living in denial. Then you said something here. Yeah, let me land, bro. Let me land, bro. Now, you said the reason South Africa is advanced, developed, I mean, in your own eyes, all right, is because of the patriotic black South Africans and the engineers that are there. That also is an indication that you have no historical knowledge, you have no current knowledge, general knowledge about what is happening in Africa. And I feel that that also is a way to denigrate every other African country that has struggled, that has fought for independence, that have fought the colonial masters. I mean, colonial.
Well, they're not masters. I don't even use. I like using. They're colonials. They're not. They're not masters.
Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah.
I'm not. They're not my master. Nah.
Yes. You know, so you see, South Africa is what it is because it was built by the West, the Zionist state also, and it is still controlled by these same people. If you know what happened when Sekou Toure refused not to be part of the Francafrique, when he said Guinea will not be part of France, we can't be paying colonial compensation. France, they destroyed every single infrastructure in Guinea. They destroyed everything.
Exactly.
The hospitals,
Sekou Toure.
schools,
Yes. Everything was destroyed. Yes.
They
Please
destroyed
tap and share.
They poured concrete. Yeah, you understand? They did that. Even when Modibo Keita
Yes.
in Mali said no, we won't be part of it. You understand? So when you come here to say the reason South Africa is more advanced is because of black engineers that are there. I don't really want to take too much time because I really have a lot of things to say that you can also find out for yourself. But I'll let other people talk.
Okay,
And what the other brother was trying to say, you see, there's something they call SARF. It started in the 70s through 80s, right? SARF. It is called South Africa Relief Fund. It was introduced by the Nigerian government.
Southern African.
Oh, you know about it, right?
So,
So that made.
in fact,
that
let me
made,
look at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll look it up.
Okay, yeah. That made our parents, right, back in the day, contribute at least
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. We get it. Yeah. Go ahead. Please. Go ahead.
Let me answer.
Let-
I'm ending now, bro. I'm ending. That made our parents back in the day contribute at least 3% of their salary
Yeah.
just to help the South Africans, to help the struggle in South Africa.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
most of the ones in exile and all
Yeah.
that and all that.
In 1967.
Our parents,
Yeah.
yeah.
Got it here.
Our parents did that.
Thank you.
The Nigerian government put an embargo, stopped the South African airways that was controlled by the apartheid government.
Yes.
He denied them access to the Nigerian airspace.
Exactly.
They never flew Nigeria airspace. You understand? And I remember our musicians, Raskimono, Chris Wuliki, Sonny Okosu.
Yeah.
But the fact that South Africans today, you turn around and talk, you badmouth every other black Africans, I think it is not fair. It is not okay. You should go back to history and then try to understand. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Zaza. Melanete, thank you so much for that. Zaza, I don't need to. We don't need to really talk about this now because we are not. No, hold on, Zaza. Please, I've let you speak several times. I give you quite a long time. I want to hear from others who haven't spoken. Danny, who haven't spoken quite as much. Zani, go ahead. You wanted to ask a question, Danny? Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Well, I had wanted to ask her when I asked my question the first time,
Sorry, it's
about
yeah. Go ahead.
what it, being free or being independent. I'm gonna talk now. This is the third time you asked a question. You know what?
Hold on.
You know what? Every time I come off my mic, you come off your mic
Hold
and
on.
you do that.
Hold
That's
on.
very
Hold on.
rude.
Hold on. Vanna,
I'm
Vanna, hold
sitting
on.
here waiting, and the host asked me,
Hold on.
did I
Vanna,
have something to say?
Vanna, you talk next. Vanna, you talk next. You talk next. Vanna, you
No,
talk
let her
next.
go on and talk.
No, no.
Let her go on and talk because I'm gonna say this, host. I'm not an argument.
Danny, hold on, hold on. No, 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 don't be like, no, no.
Every time
Ask.
I come up on your the first time I came up and today, this is my second time up here, right? But every time I go to speak, for whatever reason, she comes off her mic and always say who else is gonna
No.
speak. Whenever you call on
Danny, please don't walk away. Don't hold on,
disrespect.
hold on, Danny.
Understand that?
Yeah, Danny, you're with. Please, it's okay.
It's not personal, please.
Okay, okay. Vanna, yeah, Vanna has actually said that now. So hold on.
You say rude when you come off your mic.
Yeah.
It's not what you say, it's how you say it. And
Okay.
your tone is not very inviting.
Let's. Okay, I get it. I hear you now. I hear you. And let's all be. I understand that. We'll give each other time. And we're trying to deal with a very sensitive topic here. So I understand you, Danny. Please speak. Then Vanna will
I'm
come.
enjoying listening. I need to take a breath. So I'm gonna just listen.
Okay.
April is one.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for that. Now, no, there's nothing intended here. We're all trying to listen and work together here. We'll probably be winding down soon. But what I wanted to do, I want to say something here briefly. Look, all of us, whether you are abroad, in melanated abroad in the US, or you are on ground, or you are, wherever you are, we are all feeling something in our spirit. Our ancestors are telling us something is wrong. Quite a lot of us, and many of us are tuned in. Let us trust that instinct and let it guide us. And when the instinct is showing us leaders, like Rastyle said, showing us the good leaders, like Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso, Assimi Goïta of Mali, and General Chani of Niger, they are giving us the blueprint of how we can free Africa. Let us join hands and support that. Many of those who are still not following, they will join in time. They will do. But what I will say is that let us continue and support them. I am always, please, on your platform, find a way to talk about Ibrahim Traore, Assimi Goïta, General Chani, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, and Alliance of Sahel States. Every opportunity, at least 2 or 3 times a day. Do that. Secondly, make sure that the language that you use to describe them is the language of intellectual realignment. We need to take control of how we project the image that we want, because the negative image that the colonialists have projected on us has made us look at ourselves in a negative way. And some of us have actually owned that, as you can see, example by what was said moments ago by one of another South African fellow. And we need to change that. It's not about being angry. We just need to begin to wake up and take things forward ourselves collectively. I just want to just say that. Thank you. And Vanna may go ahead, chip in. Then I will come. I think we'll probably be winding down. I'm going to come back with a topic tomorrow. Vanna may go ahead.
Teacup up, so she apparently is stepped away.
Okay, I see that. Okay.
Can I make a quick point?
Okay, go ahead, George.
A lot of people give South Africa slack because they still have Europeans that's in their country. But more Europeans have left South Africa than left any other country in the whole entire continent. South Africa, there's literally been a little bit 1.5 million whites have left since independence. So it's an ongoing process, and sometimes it don't happen right away. The same way right away, the Europeans who were in Zimbabwe, I believe there was over 100,000 of them, and I mean in Zambia, 100,000 of them in Zambia, and now it's about 2,000 today. But there's still 2,000, and those 2,000 are the pastors own a big part of the portion of the land. Also,
There you go. There you go.
So we have to also understand that there's more than just South Africa that have Europeans in their country.
Of course.
And they have a lot less Europeans. And if they can't easily get 1,000 Europeans out, what makes people think that South Africa can easily get the 2.5 million that's in South Africa. So I just would like for our people to give a little bit of grace in the matter of getting Europeans out of the country, because even Zimbabwe, who people believe got all the whites out, they got a portion, they got a quarter of a million of them out. But now there's still about 40,000 Europeans in Zimbabwe, and not only do they own most of the land, they own most of the agricultural
That's
land still to this day. Even though they're supposedly the farmers left, they still own a majority of the mines. Have y'all heard of the Gold Mafia? The Gold Mafia is a series. If you haven't watched it,
yeah.
it shows that there is gold that is being taken from Zimbabwe
Mm-hmm.
because of Europeans,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that people think is kicked out of the country. So I would just say we should really give South Africa some grace, and look at other countries as well that have a lot less Europeans, and ask them why haven't they got those couple people out of their country.
Yeah, I mean, I would. The one thing I would say is, certainly we on this platform we do talk about other areas. The reason why we mentioned South Africa now was simply because of what is really been happening post elections, and how that lack of really speaking up for themselves and for Africans has now translated into chasing fellow Africans out of the continent of South Africa, and that is actually counterproductive. As we speak right now, there are places in South Africa that black Africans cannot go to within South Africa right now. There are places that they cannot go into. Am I correct, George? There are places in South Africa that black South Africans cannot go into.
Oh, you're talking about Orania, and
That's
black South Africans can go in Orania, but they don't live in Orania. So in other words, they can go there, they just choose not to live there.
no,
There's
no,
nothing
no,
in the
no.
law
They
that
didn't.
says
No, they didn't choose to.
nothing legally that says they can't live there.
But
There's not a law.
but
But they can't live there though.
they cannot live there. They cannot live there.
Very much can. There is blacks that live in Orania.
Yeah.
There is black.
Oh,
It doesn't have to be legal.
hang on. Okay.
I'll just say this. Okay, on TV I've seen that the blacks can't live there. So yes, I've seen it on TV, but I have not seen it myself.
Well, okay. Let out Zaza. Okay, okay. Danny, go ahead. Then I'll go as Zaza. Go ahead, Danny. Go ahead. Go ahead, Danny.
To George and Zaza, yeah. There's an unspoken something, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have an all YT place.
Yeah.
All of them work there. All of them build everything. So
Yeah.
yeah, you can come in there, but I guarantee you cannot go stay there.
Exactly.
Okay, and that's what they're doing, and they don't have to have it in writing. You know it when you see it.
I'm doing a video from that place right now.
Unless you going over there a couple of hundred deep, you ain't going over there to stay. Not no night over
Yeah,
there.
Danny.
Here with sundown towns, okay? It's
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah.
There's
Wow.
a guy who did a content. He did some content on being in Orania. If you look it up on YouTube, type in
I watched the whole program.
black guy in Orania.
I'm on all things Africa. I watched it.
Okay, cool. And I also would say there's only less than 2,000 people in Orania. So that's not even a city. In fact, it's just a small town that no one wants to go to anyways. It
But-
looks like a pig pen. So it's like, why would we even want to go there?
But
Let
it's
them
not
have
the fact that why would we even want to go there, right? Because the thing about it is, right, when it comes to white supremacy around the world,
Yeah.
is that the things that they can do and we can't, right?
Exactly.
Because see, we tried to have a Black Wall Street, right, and we was being successful in everything. What they do,
Ex-
come and bomb it.
exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So it's the things that they do that we cannot do, right? And to my brother Zaza, what he was saying, the reason why it kind of affected me, and it got me a little heat under my skin, right? Even though I'm not there, I don't live, they struggle.
Yes.
That I never claimed that, right?
No.
I always let it be known I'm here in the States, but I feel for my brothers and sisters,
Of course.
especially on the continent, right?
Yes.
Because the colonizer, he has been the worst.
Yep.
It's going to continue to. You know what I'm saying? I
Yep.
don't care what kind of cover he try to put on it, how he try to wrap it up, put it in
Yeah.
the box. You do the same thing, same suit, just warmed up.
That's
You know
correct.
what I'm saying? And to Zaza, that's what I want you to know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it may look like, oh, you know, yeah, your brothers and sisters are educated. Yeah, they're engineers. They went to school. They graduated. They got all of this. So why aren't they good enough to make the same amount
Money.
of money as the YT engineer?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So you can't be grateful. Don't seem grateful and be like, oh, okay, thank you to them. You know what I'm saying? Because you said, oh, because some of us have running water now. Some of us have light. But guess what? YT did have a running water, and his lights always stayed on.
and he right there in your same land.
Exactly.
So you still gotta fight. Don't. You still gotta fight. You don't bow down to that. That's no God giving. God gave that to us, not them.
Yeah, exactly. So now, so Zaza, just a question for you. In Orania, is it Orania? I think it's called. Yeah.
Oranje.
So, can you confirm that black people just go there to work, but they can't stay there?
Okay. Yeah.
Don't even go there to work.
Oranje, my brother
We
is
don't
in
allow no blacks in there.
Exactly.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, please let's do it one at a time. Zaza, let Zaza answer. Okay, Zaza answer that question. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a South African vote.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we get that. Go ahead.
Oranje is next to Kimberley. It's in the Northern Cape. It's a farm. Like you can buy a property, buy a farm, and after buying that farm, you proclaim it into a township, you divide it. Oranje has got 76 homestead. It's a privately owned farm. So the Boers, what they did then, remember there's 4.7 million white in South Africa.
No, 7. There's 7 million in South Africa right now. 7 million.
So Oranje, listen, my friend. You see, if you listen to South Africa, you will learn.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
And if you listen to a South African, you will learn.
Okay.
You'll go out very wise, not the news that you see on CNN.
No, we're not listening to CNN. Please, just tell us. Please tell us the message, please.
Oranje, it's a farm about, I'm using kilometers now, about maybe 20 kilometers by 30 kilometers.
Okay.
20 by 3, which is about 6,000 kilometers square.
I get that. Okay.
Yeah, so what they did is what? It's under the municipality of Kimberley. Under the municipality of Kimberley, and the municipality of Kimberley is a black person. And it's in the province of Northern Cape.
Okay.
Northern Cape, the premier is a black person.
Okay.
So that's a privately owned farm.
Okay. 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 I get that, Zaza. We're just asking: is it true? Yes or no? We don't need to. Is it? Do blacks stay there? Yes or no? That's what I wanted to know.
There's 43 houses. What am I gonna do in the desert in 43 houses?
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Get into your senses.
Okay. Now, Zaza, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you, Zaza. We're gonna stop now. I don't, Zaza. Hold on. Everybody, just wait 1 second, please. We are talking over each other like this lady said and Linda said. We shouldn't do that. Zaza, I am asking you questions and I'm trying to really be fair and how we say things to you. I don't want you to sort of just jump in and we don't, and I'm talking to you in a fair manner. I'm not trying to talk over you. And I'm listening. The reason I'm letting you talk is because you're a South African, and I want to hear your views. And we also have to let other people talk. And on this platform, that's how that works. So everybody on this platform, please, let's not talk over each other. It's not going to make it, run properly. So I'd just like that to happen. But Zaza, thank you for answering. So people don't want to go there because it's not enough. Okay, we get it. But the fact is that there is a place there that they do not like. I'm looking at the map. They do not like.
Citizen Ewa,
Yes.
sorry to continue.
Zaza, hold on. Zaza, hold on. Zaza, we're not talking about. I'm not getting to specifics now. Please, Zaza, don't interrupt. Let Melanated speak now, please. Nobody's interrupting you. Let him speak now, and please don't do that again, please. Don't. I ask of you, don't. Okay, come on. Melanated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I disagree with Zaza. He's giving inaccurate information. Even the brother that spoke before.
Yeah.
Orania doesn't have 43 houses. Orania, according to daters,
currently Orania has between 500 to 600 houses. That is a whole community. It's a village. It's a whole community. And because it is privately owned, it's a community that was formed in 1991 by the Dutch, German, and French. So because it is privately owned,
Yeah.
so the government does not have much power as concerns Orania. So that is why whatever rules, there is no legal law actually that says black people cannot come in, but it is privately owned.
Tell us how many toilets have you built in Nigeria? How many freeways
Okay,
have you built?
okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Zaza. Zaza, I think I'm gonna ask you to let you drop now.
I hope your
Drop
brain is
out.
aware of what you just said.
Drop out.
Are you sure your brain is aware of what you just said? I don't
Drop
think
out.
so. Oh, he's left.
It's left.
Anyways, yeah.
Yeah.
So you see, we are what we are trying to do here is to find a way moving forward.
That's it.
Is to find a way, and we are trying to make our brothers over there in South Africa understand that we are Africans.
That's it. That's
And
it.
the only foreigner, I told someone yesterday when they talk about xenophobia, what is xenophobia? Xenophobia is two Greek words, xene, which is stranger, or a foreigner in Greek, then phobos, which is phobia, I mean like fear, you know, that is what it means. So if they are talking about xenophobia, so which means it should be any foreigner. It doesn't have to be just black. It should be anyone that is a foreigner. But that is not what we are saying, and that is what we are trying to do. So not that we are against South Africa, but we are trying to teach them not to be against other Africans.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to say this quickly, so I can just let other people talk.
Yeah.
The brother talked about the village is small, and you know, you see, I know about the pig law in the 1800s, right? 1870, the pig law, the Sundown cities,
Yeah.
you know, the what do you call it, the Jim Crow law,
Exactly.
and all that.
Danny mentioned it before she left. Danny mentioned it before she left the platform. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, as bad as it was, it doesn't really matter how big that Sundown city was,
Yeah.
or how many houses
Exactly.
was in that Sundown city. It was
Exactly.
Sundown city, and it was abhorrent. There is no justification for it.
Exactly.
There is no justification. Humans, irrespective of your color, you should be allowed to have access, especially in your ancestral land.
Exactly.
So that is what I think. So we have
Thank
no
you.
justification. South
Thank
Africans
you.
need to wake up.
Thank you.
Very much, brothers
Wow,
and sisters.
thank you. I think this is a point at which I'm gonna actually stop now. We're not gonna talk anymore. I don't wanna I'm gonna round down now. I want to thank everybody, George Washington, Lady Linda, Omar, Danny, Rastayo, Melanated, even Zaza. Look, we're all here to discuss how we can solve our problems and how we can actually empower ourselves. And of course, please, let us always talk about the great three countries: Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali. Those three. Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso, Assimi Goïta of Mali, and General Chiani of Niger. They are building something that's going to help the whole of Africa. We need their voices, we need their faces, we need everything around them to be reverberated across Africa. That positive energy that they want Africans to benefit Africans. They want Africa to work for Africans. They want Africans to benefit from their resources. These are the things that we need so that every part of Africa will put Africans first on the African continent. Europeans put Europeans first on the European continent. The Chinese put the Chinese first on the Chinese country. The US put US first. They say USA. You know, it is time. It is time that Africa, we put ourselves first. And by putting ourselves first, we take control of our resources on that continent. So I want to thank everybody for doing for the contributions you made. We are continuing. Sorry, I'm about to I'm run out of time, you know, but I really want to state this. In Africa, Africa is not working. The democracy that is being imposed on us by the colonials has oppressed us long enough. Sorry? Yeah, bubble. Yeah, in a bubblehead. Yes, exactly. Daddy, you started something now. Bubbleheads. You got me laughing. That just got me. That's just really got me. Linda, you gotta stop it because I'm losing my train of thought now.
That ain't democracy. That's Bible hate.
Oh, you're not helping. You're not helping. You're very incorrigible. No, listen. So what we need is for us to actually speak up for Africa. We're not interested in interfering in what is happening in Europe or the US, but we've had enough. It's time for us to stand for ourselves. And all we're doing on this platform is encouraging Africans to speak up and use your language. Be proud. I'm a proud Yoruba man. No more Yoruba in me. I pump my chest. I stand out strong. I know I'm a Yoruba man in my own continent. And that is what we need. Yeah, Sheki. So exactly. So this is what we're talking about. So it's about empowering ourselves. So please, 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 all Africans, we're not talking about hate. We're not interested in hate. We want to love each other and build our continent. I'm telling you, Ibrahim Traore loves African people. He loves his people so much. He's putting himself on the line to make sure that they have good, they have agriculture to feed. He makes sure they have medical help. He's bought ambulances. He's building mining factory to finish their own gold themselves. The same thing with Assimi Goita. They're building things in Mali. The same thing with Niger. Those are real African leaders, and let us support them. Just one more thing before I go. I'm going to play out with my usual song. Listen, I have this song on iTunes. If you all want to go buy it and play it and share it and help me grow that way, I'd be very grateful. The song is called How Long Will I Go to Suffer? It's a song I wrote. I'm going to play out with that, and then I'll be back again sometime real soon, in the next coming day or so. In the meantime, I want to thank everybody for your contributions and for what all your suggestions. And even those who I disagree with, it is okay. It is okay to disagree. We are trying to achieve something. We will not all agree. The point is we are going to have a discussion, and then we'll come to a consensus about the way forward. And I firmly believe that way forward is to support the alliance of Sahel states and free Africa. That is what we need to do. Please, 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 let us continue. We're not interested in hating Europe or hating US. We're interested in loving Africa and letting Africa fulfill its own true destiny. That is building an Africa that will benefit and serve Africans on the African continent. I thank you all so much. Linda, just a quick word. You want to say something quickly before I start the song? Go ahead.
Yes,
Linda.
I love that song. Share the song.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So I'm gonna I'll send you the link. Please, you can download the songs for those of you who want it on iTunes and on Spotify. It's called How Long Una Go They Suffer. Thank you very much. So I'll come back again real soon. I'll follow you and we'll do some more work on that. But for now, we are going to play out with the song. Let me just make sure I got everything ready so that it will play, and then we can go with that. Thank you. My people, hey, hey. Making I hear. How long? How long? How long? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? My people, we don't tire inside Nigeria. Now slave camp we dey oh. Now so my people, we don't tire for the country where them they call Nigeria. Now slave camp oh. The time done now where we suppose stand up for our rights oh. Stand up for our rights oh. The time done now where we suppose stand up oh, for our rights oh, for self-determination. How long? How long? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long?
tell una say una get constitution. No be lie. Na lie, oh, na fake, na fraud, oh. That year constitution. Na in dem dey claim close to na eye, oh. Make una wake up, make una wake up, oh. Sharp, sharp. How long? How long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? How long? Oh, how long? How long una go dey suffer? My people, I want make una know say oh, self-determination oh, na your right oh. Confirm. My people, I want make una know say oh, self-determination na your right oh. Confirm. You must fight for your right. You must stand for your right. You must get up, stand up. You must tell your people for your village, for your town, for your city, any inside country where you dey oh. Atiku, Emilokan, or Peter Obi no be the solution. Na the solution, na it be the solution. Make una wake up, make una wake up. Time down now, bagam. In Yoruba man, you be Biafran. I want make una know say self-determination na your right you. How long? How long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? How long? Oh, how long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? Yoruba land na your land yo. Middle belt na your land yo. Hausa land na your land yo. Biafra land na your land yo. No be Nigeria. No be Nigeria. No be Nigeria.